Okay, so welcome back, everybody. Well, welcome back from the Far East. I just wanted to sort of put a little bit of context on something because I think there's a bunch of people who didn't necessarily believe this when we were talking about it. I don't think everybody's involved in the conversation, but we know the last stop on the Docklands Light Railway is Beckton, and Beckton is in Essex. And one of the key things about Beckton, which some people didn't believe me, especially some of our colleagues who are quite fond of alpine sports, didn't really believe me about this. And so I just want to show something before the conference starts. I'm sorry for people who didn't make it out to the Far East. You probably have no idea what I'm talking about. But there is just one thing I just need to show a little bit about, just so that people do believe that the Beckton Alps skiing at Beckton, which is an artificial ski slope, which does actually exist in Beckton. And so that was the landmark that we were going towards. Now, had we crossed out of the boundary of London into Essex, people could have gone to the Beckton Alps. So this was taken in 1991. I mean, it still exists. But I also thought this was quite interesting. Whoever was supposed to. So when they lived here, nearby, they had a fake log cabin in the Beckton Alps. With a Chinese restaurant inside. Now we could, if a fake cabin still existed, we could have gone to the Chinese restaurant as well. Or we could have done something like our transport experiment. We could have randomized people with surnames, one lot to go to the Chinese restaurant at the Beckton Alps in the log cabin, and one lot to go to the Indian restaurant. We could have had a food experiment as well as a transport experiment, which I think the team with surnames M to Z, I think won, if I remember right. Okay, now on the basis of that, let's get away from the Beckton Alps and into the slightly more serious content. And I'm chairing this session, so I think I've wasted a little bit of Hamza's time. But the first speaker. Thank you. I mean, of course, you have even a cross-country skiing where you're from, don't you?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So how do I do it now? It's okay. So thank you very much. Thanks to the organizer for this great conference and also for the opportunity to present this work, which is very much work in progress. So we appreciate all of your comments and before we hear Anna's comment as well. Susan Nicknam is a co-author of this paper. She's here as well. And let's get straight to it. So criminal background information is arguably more readily available today than ever in history through this kind of emergence of online crime databases that are compiling a massive amount of information on criminal offenders. So this has reduced the cost a lot for many agents to access this information. It's not only employers and landlords, but also the general public. So, because also previously the way it worked was essentially that individuals and agents had to kind of approach, go from court to court, trying to find a match for a given name. So how it works today, and also how it works in the Swedish context, let's see if this works, is to kind of go on this kind of web pages. So this is one web page called Lexbase. Here you can't see that, you can't understand it, but here you can search for using the full name of an individual. If you have the personal ID number or social security number, you can use that. And you can also search by place of residence. So this database lists all individuals that have been charged with a crime. So just for kind of to show you some interactive presentation, I will search for myself. So note that the misspelling now of my name, we don't have an O with two dots above. Still, this kind of web page lists can kind of relate the names as well. So we have one name here, for instance, Hans Grönqvist. So we can see the kind of the full name. We can see the current age, and we can see that this guy is too old to be me, and he lives in a village in Sweden. So it's kind of all of these. So this marks says that an individual has been charged with a crime.
You know, this is insane over European.
Yeah, this is insane. It will get kind of even worse, so. Bear with me.
Sorry, do you know the crime or?
Not on the public version of it. I will come back talking about that. So, but that's extremely important. So we'll come back to that. And of course, I mean, from a theoretical perspective, being included in this database could either improve offenders' outcomes through specific deterrence.
Can I like what's the threshold for the crimes that are committed there? Like if I
There is no threshold.
if I jaywalk,
All charges are included.
jaywalkers, murders, everything.
Yeah, essentially, like shoplifting, murders, jaywalking, probably not, but essentially kind of. Sorry?
Parking fines.
Some of the traffic offenses are not included. Parking fines is not included, but everything above that essentially. So think of that, that's a good kind of thing to bear in mind. Okay, so of course, I mean, there's great concern that this kind of being included in these databases could provide a negative signal that hurts rehabilitation, right? Being labeled a criminal in these databases could kind of hurt rehabilitation efforts. And of course, there has been a motivation for policies to conceal criminal background information. I mean, so expungement or diversion or sealing. It could also be bound box policies and so on. So that's kind of a motivation for this policy. But we know quite little about the kind of behavioral responses of the individuals that are actually included in these databases. And of course, the empirical challenge is kind of twofold. So first of all, it's not random who is included in the databases, right? So we need to deal with correlated unobservables. And secondly, if we want to kind of capture this kind of true labeling effect, we need to kind of abstract from the potential effect of formal sanctions. Because of course, individuals that are convicted, they always receive some kind of sanction. And these sanctions may have an independent effect. So for instance, think of kind of prison, rehabilitation efforts in prison may improve those outcomes. But of course, this kind of labeling effect may also operate independently of this kind of formal sanctions. Yes, in this paper, we're studying the effects of open access criminal databases on the outcomes of the offenders by using quasi-random listing of individuals charged with crime in this database that we just saw. So the context is the introduction of this database in January 2014. As we saw, it was very easy to access the database. I could anonymously search for the background information. It was free, and it covers individuals charged with any type of crime, right? So yeah, again, think of kind of anything beyond the parking tickets, essentially. This database, upon launch, received massive attention in the media, as we will show. Up until 2019, when the first competitor was introduced, 100 million searches have been conducted using this database, and that's kind of temporarily in Sweden, right? So it's kind of massive. Almost everyone is using that for all sorts of purposes. And the nice thing is that this listing is kind of detached from the sentence, so it's independent of sentence, and it's also independent of law enforcement effort. So law enforcement agencies are using their own systems, right? So what we believe is that this kind of provides an opportunity to identify this kind of criminal labeling effect or information signal.
I mean, it definitely does, but unexpected is a bit odd, isn't it?
Sorry.
Well, if somebody put a database online, it must have been planned in some sense by somebody. So who does it?
So who planned?
Who's responsible for that?
Oh yeah, so it's a company. Yes, it's a private company.
Private company.
Yeah, I'll talk all about the details. We'll come back to that. So
I just think unexpected is kind of weird thing because somebody planned to put it up.
Yeah, sure. But
I understand it's unexpected in the sense that it's all fine when you say, but it seems a little bit odd.
Yeah, no, for sure. Now it is odd. It is a bit odd, but I think we'll come back to all the details. So bear with me. So and for identification, we're exploiting a rule then saying that an administrative rule saying that courts can't disclose information on criminal background for a period further than five years back in the past. So a bit kind of related to what your question is that kind of this company behind the database, when formed a few years before this launch in 2014, started to compile information, collect information from the courts. This rule prevented this company to access information in certain kind of cutoffs in the past. We're able to access information from this company about the date and year in specific courts when cases start to appear in the database. using our register-based data that contain information on the complete criminal history of these individuals, we can use that information along with the date of the charge for these individuals to look at who is convicted before and after these kind of court-specific thresholds. We complemented this with labor market outcomes and all these kind of standard registers. So I will skip the preview for sake of time, and I'll also be very short about the literature because, of course, many of you in here have been doing work related on this, so it relates to a broad strand of literatures. But we think that so our contribution to this is kind of two or threefold. So first, this intervention is extremely broad. As we said, so it is kind of unrestricted access to all types of crimes. It covers all groups of offenders, not kind of felony offenders and no felony offenders and so on. And it's available to anyone, not only targeting employers, as most of these databases may do, or landlords also. So, and also this empirical design we have provides a setting where the design is capable, we believe, of isolating the role of informal sanctions independent of the so informal sanctions tied to this to the negative signal or the labeling of an individual. And we believe that this is important because, as I said, this kind of formal and informal sanctions may work independently and also going in opposite directions. Okay, so no news for most of you, but this background checks is a tool used to address concerns about public safety and also the idea that individuals with a criminal record may be less able to do their job tasks or whatever. The content of these background checks varies a lot depending on place, states, US, jurisdictions, and so on. But typically, it covers charges or past arrests. Sometimes it will also cover non-conviction data, so we can have brief interactions, allegations, sometimes, and also acquittals. Typically, there is limited information about the type of the crime. It could be kind of possession of marijuana or something like that, but generally always the individual's name, jurisdiction, and the date when the record was created. Okay, so the Swedish setting is the Swedish setting is employers could were quite restricted in terms of their legal means of getting information on individuals that have a criminal record. So typically the way it works is that the companies themselves can't access this information. They need to ask a job applicant to order this information, him or herself, from the kind of formal records at the police. It takes some weeks, and then the job applicant can deliver this information in a sealed envelope to the employer. So typically this process takes a lot of time. And presumably because of all these kind of complications and kind of the use of criminal background checks by employers were quite low. So we were fortunate with this kind of massive government evaluation of kind of looking at this question that surveyed 1,200 employers in Sweden, so a very large sample, just before the launch of this. And that survey reveals that 14% of the employers answered that they were using background checks in their operations. Since then, there's been a steady increasing trend towards kind of more use of official background checks. So the Swedish context is also not that very different in the sense that there is a labor market penalty for being convicted in Sweden, as there are in other places. So we're replicating the event study analysis by Rose for Seattle. We find that the earnings drop 1 year after the charge is about 38% relative to the year before the charge, and Rose find quite similar earnings penalties also in Seattle. Okay, so the platform launched in January 2014. So used data compiled from these court registers. So we already said parts of it. One thing we haven't said is that while this kind of publicly open version was kind of anyone could use, for about $5 at the time, registered users could download the full court proceedings and then giving information on the exact offense and all the circumstances surrounding the crime, right, in a very detailed way. That said, it was quite rare to actually purchase this kind of information. So data provided by the company shows that only 0.16% of all searches resulted in a purchase court proceeding. So in 2016, this was only 0.59%. And again, this was the only company on the market until 2019. So presumably this platform represented a sharp reduction in the cost of accessing criminal background information, and especially for the general public. So, as I also said, the introduction received massive media attention. So in the first year, 32 million background checks were conducted. There's been kind of all sorts of media discussions about this and concerns about this kind of negative labeling signal. And because of that, the Swedish government has several times tried to shut this platform down. It has so far been unsuccessfully. There is a pending case now in the EU court, but because the information is protected by the Swedish constitution, they have been unsuccessful so far. Yeah.
So they do it to make money.
Sorry. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Does it to make money?
Yeah.
And then it just put it more up.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So it's free to get the public information, right, and then they can compile it and put it in an easy, accessible way. So this is the number of cumulative number of media articles covering Lexbase. Lexbase is a very unusual term, so nothing before this launch and then kind of up. Also in terms of kind of relative searches on Google, we can see that throughout the entire period here, our study period from its launch, searches for Lexbase and Soliman is kind of relatively much more common than searches for other common terms such as best restaurants or new cars, right? So massive attention, massive use, massive interest in this database. Okay, yeah. So the company, as I said, was registered in 2012, and at that time they started to approach these different courts, asking for information, them to deliver this information on criminal charges. But there was this kind of administrative rules saying that the courts can't grant access to this for a period longer back in time than 5 years. So as I said, this created this in cutoff dates. There were variation in how well the courts managed to kind of implement this process, because this phenomenon was completely new. No one had ever kind of approached these courts asking them to deliver all the records for several years. But still, in the end, the exact cutoff date is determined both by the timing when the company approached the court and then also the time it took for the courts to deliver the records. And then we identify the cutoff dates using information from the firm and our register-based data. So we're calculating the share of cases in the registers included in Lexbase. We identify the cutoff as the month showing the largest increase in the average share of cases over a 24-month rolling period. And this is the change in the share of cases in the database around the cutoff. So 0 is the cutoff, of course, and then we see a big change in the average share of cases included in Lexbase. So the data, again, so covering this kind of standard registers, we're focusing on first-time defendants, and we're classifying individuals charged within 12 months after cutoff as exposed, and those charged before the cutoff as not exposed. Just briefly, kind of the background characteristics of the exposed and non-exposed offenders. As we can see, they're extremely similar. So, of course, in kind of demographic, socioeconomics, but also in terms of case characteristics and sentences. So we can see fines, probation, community service, prison, everything extremely similar. So what we're doing in the analysis is we estimate that extremely simple diff model. We're kind of looking at the change in the outcomes in the exposed group relative to the non-exposed group. And in this model, then beta could presumably be interpreted as the effect of being labeled a criminal in this database, independent of a form of sanctions. Of course, the kind of relies on the common ground assumption, which we show in dynamic different ifs seem to hold. Another kind of worry would be that maybe courts were able to somehow foresee the future arrival of this kind of database, and because of that kind of adjusted the caseload to have some individual samples maybe after the cutoff date and so on. However unlikely that may sound, we also kind of verified that empirically, showing that there is no change in the caseload in courts around the date of the cutoff. We also replicate this using the predicted likelihood of recidivating. We also do this kind of all the other individual characteristics and nothing. So okay, so I think I'm doing quite good on time. So
We've got 8 minutes.
okay, yeah, that's perfect. So okay, so then I'll slow a bit down. So so here are our main results for the full sample. So looking at the effect of exposure on the probability of being convicted, employed, and log earnings. We don't find anything in the full sample for the probability of being reconvicted or recidivating. Nothing on employment, but we do find a significant decrease in earnings. So a 9.3% decrease in earnings of being exposed relative to not being exposed. Then of course we do all sorts of kind of robustness checks. I mean we do this kind of placebo cutoff 1 year before, 1 year after in the courts. We don't find anything. We change the bandwidth of the sample and so on and so forth. So it seems to be quite much holding. And then we kind of can spend a bit more time talking about the heterogeneous effects. So of course this kind of average effect may mask relevant heterogeneity. And what I will show you in the rest of the presentation will be results for log earnings. Many of these kind of results that we will find significant differences in the subgroups also spill over to recidivism and employment. So here are the so what we do find is when interacting exposed postband with male, we find that the effect is significantly more negative on the awareness for men compared to women.
It's only.
Sorry?
It's only.
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. So it's on that. Yeah. So we also find a significant more adverse effect for individuals that are acquitted compared to convicted. We also find a significant stronger effects for those who have committed a misdemeanor compared to those who committed more severe type of crime, and also a significant stronger effect for those individuals who are living in neighborhoods where you have relatively few criminals, convicted individuals living in these neighborhoods.
Sorry.
Yes.
So are you gonna? I mean, acquitted seems really strange.
Yeah. So acquitted individuals were also listed in this database. So that's kind of a unique feature in a sense. So individuals that were charged with crime but acquitted are still listed as kind of having been charged with the crime in the database. So we interpret this both kind of the combined effect of both this acquittal and this misdemeanor as this database potentially magnifying a relatively weak signal of criminal behavior. So in the sense that before this database, kind of you could have been a misdemeanor for a shoplifting, for instance, would probably be kind of interpreted as a non-significant offense and be left out. But this database kind of lumps together, I mean, essentially homicides and shoplifting, because they're only listing individuals that are charged with a crime. So in that sense, this database may potentially magnify this kind of negative for these kind of offenders relative to others. That's kind of one interpretation.
I'm sorry.
If you don't download you don't pay in download.
Yeah.
You don't know what crime.
No, exactly. And as I said, only something like 0.2% of all searches resulted in a download. So essentially, no one was or very few were downloading this information. Everyone was searching for it, and then what came out was whether or not you were charged with a crime. It doesn't say what type of crime it was, whether it was kind of severe or not. So that's one potential kind of take on that. The other is that this stronger behavioral responses in neighborhoods where there are few criminals living would be would be consistent with kind of stigma story, right? So when you're living in context where you have very few individuals that are convicted of a crime, that may be more stigmatizing for you. So, okay, and then we're kind of looking a bit more into the mechanisms. First estimating AKM models, looking at the earnings premia in different firms. So asking essentially whether our results can be explained by in the context of a job ladder model, where individuals are kind of over time increasing their wages as they're kind of moving successfully to employers that are paying a higher salary. So we estimate this the AKM model. We use the estimated firm fixed effect as a dependent variable in our diff model. We estimate what we find. Well, we find a significant kind of reduction for males in the earnings premium relative to females. We find also for acquitted and misdemeanors, and also for these guys living in neighborhoods where there are relatively few convicted individuals living in these neighborhoods. So. We complement this with an analysis. We're looking at also at firm changing. So showing essentially that there's a significantly high probability of changing firms also in these subgroups. So we also looked at the probability, the approximate promotion probabilities by looking at ranking individuals within firms, classifying a promotion as a decile increase within firm earnings rank. Not insignificant here, but taken together, this kind of evidence of kind of more switching combined with this kind of the AKM estimated earnings premium suggests that exposed workers may be changing firm and in the consequence moving down the job ladder, and that this may at least partly be explaining our results. Finally, okay, we have results for kids as well, for the subsample of individuals in our sample that are parents having kids about to graduate from compulsory school, for these kids we have information on the grades in compulsory school. This is grade 9 to grade 16. So we'll have about 5,000 kids with parents in our sample. We show that the result in the parent sample is similar to the results in the overall sample. And for the kids, so this is in the percentile rank GPA. We do find that if the defendant is the father, we find a significant stronger effect. We find a significant stronger effect if the parent was sentenced for a misdemeanor, and we also find a significant stronger effect for those parents or those families who are living in neighborhoods where there are relatively few criminals with a criminal background. So, okay, to wrap up, I think I have 1 minute or so. So we study effects of open access to criminal databases on offender outcomes by using this quasi-random listing of individuals. We think that this listing provides an information signal, and the nice thing is we have this time window beyond which the company was not able to access this information. We do find significant adverse effects of exposure on earnings, but also on employment and recidivism in these particular subgroups. So in these groups, we find evidence of firm switching and worker sorting to firms that pay a lower AKM earnings premium. And we also find some evidence of adverse effects, spillover effects on kids. For the kids, it's difficult to say whether or not this is stigma or not. So it could be also kind of a change in resources, right? So what we've done to look at this is kind of just verifying that there is no change in family disposable income from the parent being exposed. So it doesn't kind of rule out the resource mechanism, but at least that's the way we've been looking at it so far. Thanks so much. It was exactly on time.
Right, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for this presentation and for having me here as a discussant today. Sorry. So this is a super interesting paper using fascinating variation, right? So tell me your reaction, well, this is crazy. if you ever dealt with GDPR rules in the European Union, you think like, how the hell can this happen, right? So this is interesting to start with, but then also in terms of the question, right? So we sort of have this new twist on an important question, asking what is the impact of criminal background information on individuals' criminal outcomes when this information is open access, right? So we have the literature looking at criminal records, whether this can be accessed, but this is open access, is out there, right? Anyone can do this. And I remember when I moved to Sweden, like anecdotally, like I fully believe the first stage, right? When I moved there, people told me, you know, and you can look up people in your neighborhood, in your house, right? And see whether there's anyone who had a crime. So maybe you want to check that. So this is sort of the setting. Combined this novel source of variation, high quality Swedish admin data, I'm going to talk about that. But then it's also a question of potentially super high policy relevance given the ongoing court case, right? So my understanding is that there's an ongoing case at the European Justice Court. I didn't find the case, but I found reference to this case going on. So your results could be informative in that sense and of super high relevance and super high impact. But I think that also makes it extremely important to get it right, to really be able to make sure that the results are good. Okay, so what do we know so far on criminal records? We know that employers react to the existence of records. You mentioned the papers. We have evidence. Kevin has contributed to that avoiding criminal records improves or potentially improves labor market outcomes. We have evidence that removing criminal records may or may not have employment. So this is the S study. This is the study using admin data from New Zealand. You might want to cite that as well, because this is sort of a similar sort of register database based things. Okay, so what's new in this paper? My understanding is what this really is about is the add-on effect of making the information on records, it's like quasi-public, but essentially it's public, right? So the counterfactual here is a non-public criminal record, right? So the way the research design is set up, the counterfactual is not having a record, but something that is hidden from the public. Employers might still access that, but it's not as easy to access as now. And then the results, we said that in terms of recidivism, we don't find anything, nothing on employment, and then we see this decrease in earnings. Okay, so I have a number of questions and comments thinking about what happened here, right? And so the first big comment I had, or the first thing I was wondering about is what is the treatment and what is the counterfactual, right? So how should we really think about this here? And so the treatment in the study is a combination of criminal record and this quasi-public exposure of the criminal record. It's really nice and it allows you to study the margin of the records and this potential stigma, but it also makes things complicated. Right, so how should we interpret things? What exactly is the treatment? What is counterfactual? Right, this is sort of the leg space that you showed. So the screenshot. This is when you go to the police website, right? So you can also sort of use their e-system to ask for criminal records for your own, etc., right? So what is the counterfactual here? And I think it's sort of the ease of access. It's not access, the possibility of access to criminal records, right? And so I think that's important to keep in mind when we interpret the results and who's reacting to the treatment. Right, so before the platform started, the paper said there were very few background checks because they were quite cumbersome. And so I feel a bit bad here because I didn't find any data on this, but I want to challenge you a little bit on that, right? So there was still a number of firms that did the background checks. There are a number of jobs with mandatory background checks, right? Again, if you go to the police website, a psychiatrist chair, any jobs involving children, involving youth, we have there are the mandatory background checks that existed before, right? So how many jobs are that? How should you think about that? For whom are things changing, etc., etc.? And it's really the information for the employers changing or for someone else, right? And then you find all these websites that are saying, okay, we can help with background checks for employers, right? These are basic services I think employers can buy to help or to ease access to this information. They list all these common background check industries, and it was just hoping for a little bit more information of what really is the pre-period, what's the counterfactual in your setting. Okay, so what is the treatment? Who is treated, right? So the information again was accessible before the platform. It took longer, it was more work to get at that. But so my question is it really the firms and employers who access the information now, or is it rather the social environment? right? So if you think about employers sort of trying to hire someone, I would think they might be willing to go through the 3-4 week, they might be willing to sort of hire a firm to do this for them, etc., etc. But what really happens is that, I mean, when I, this anecdote, when I moved to Sweden, my colleagues told me, you can look up your neighborhood, right? So how does that impact my behavior, especially when we I'll come to that in a second, when I think about the equitatives, right? And then sort of how I change my behavior, knowing that my neighbors might look me up in this database. Right, so this I think is important for the adaptation of the results and policy implications that come from that. So what I was wondering is whether in the data that you obtained from the platform, is there any way of knowing who asked for the information in terms of corporate or private, right? I know that you won't get the exact person or something like that, but do you know how many firms asked for the information, especially so for the paid subscription? Do you know whether it's private? Right. The other thing I thought you might look into is to sort of look at employees in jobs with mandatory background checks where some of these background checks would have been mandatory before Lexbase was opened. So in terms of the employer, there shouldn't be a treatment, but there might be treatment in terms of the social environment, right? So do you see that anything changes for them, and can you use that to sort of pin down the adaptation and the treatment and sort of really think about what's happening here and where things are coming from? Okay, the second sort of bigger point is about the research design. Right, so currently this is framed as a difference in difference, as Hans explained. When I read the paper, I was quite surprised at the point where it was framed as a difference in difference, because what I expected was a further difference in discontinuity. Right, so this is sort of the graph with the big cutoff. And so I don't know where the choice came from, but maybe you can think about that and sort of think about how to frame that. And also think about the assumptions that go in there, right? Just to be very precise in what do we have to assume for identification to make things work. The other thing then, if this is a positive difference in discontinuity, then I think you want to show results that are referred to in the footnote but not shown, right? So there's a footnote that says the RDD results are noisy, non-informative, right? And so this sort of left me a little bit puzzled on how I should think about this when the RDD is non-significant, non-informative, but the difference in RD gives us the significant effect on the units, right? So the variation seems to come from the difference, not from the cutoffs in the setting, if I understand correctly, but I think it will be helpful for the readers to really pin this down and explain where the variation comes from, how should we think about this, what's happening. The second comment, if we take this as given, right, let's say it's a different diff. Then basically what you have is this dummy variable exposed that explains this is equal to 1 for those whose information is contained in the database. But then there's some mandatory expungement after X years, right? And I wasn't sure like how many years, but like by the Swedish law, my understanding is at some point records get expunged, right? And so my question was, to what extent does the database also delete records after the time, right? So when they would be deleted by the courts, would they also be deleted then exposed in the database? And so how do they make sure nothing stays on it, right? But so if that happens, then we should have a setting where treatments would have done it on, right? And so if that is true, and then maybe you can comment on that, whether that is true or not, then I think you want to go into the Chesnat estimated rather than Sun and area estimated that you use in paper for themselves, right? So just to account for this switch on, switch off thing. This is the third comment on the research design regard the fixed effects, right? So this post dummy here is one after the database is online, and if I understood correctly, this is January 2014, right? So the switch is on in January at the change of the year. And what I would like to see is sort of the results without the fixed effects, right? So everything includes the fixed effects straight away. I don't know how much variation that absorbs. What should I think about the results? So I would build up the specification, be super transparent here. Okay, I have a couple more minutes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So in terms of the heterogeneity results, right? So I thought they were super interesting, but also counterintuitive. You had maybe the same reaction to the equitals, right? So we find the strongest impact was acquitted, but who are still up in the database and those charged with misdemeanors, right? And so the question is, why would there be stronger, call that a social punishment, if they didn't get punishment, if they acquitted, relative and sort of for they acquitted as relatively less severe charges, right? And so this brings me back to the question, what is treatment? What's happening? Is that really the treatment of having a criminal record online, or is that something else, some exposure, and then some social pressure that, right? So maybe this is some kind of information shock that's larger for those whose criminal backgrounds were more difficult to observe before, right? So again, it comes back to sort of thinking about whose records would have been out there, right? And so the way I thought about this is, if someone is in prison, if someone has punishments beforehand, they would have been off the labor market, and people would have observed that something is going on, right? But if someone with a misdemeanor would not be off the labor market, right? So they would get this kind of punishments or sentences. So maybe you can go a little bit deeper in there and sort of also think about anecdotal support of what's going on. I think this is my last comment on the AKM results. I thought that was really interesting to think about this, right? So what's happening in terms of the dynamics in the firms? What you find a result that suggests that the decrease in earnings is related to the decrease in wage premium. The AKM lives observation that's induced by exogenous moves of workers across firms, right? And here, like I was missing a little bit of a discussion in the paper how plausible the assumptions of the AKM model are in this context where we talk about sample of workers with criminal records, right? So if you think about those who are acquitted, maybe not, but if you think about this overall sample, I would have liked to see a little bit of discussion on it. Right, the other thing is interpretation here. So there's this interpretation, I think you mentioned some results that I think like the promotion stuff I didn't see in the paper, maybe I missed it. Is it really that exposed individuals move down the ladder, or is it that they don't move up anymore? Right, and so what I would have liked to see is some more data trends in terms of promotions to see what the counterfactor is. Right, so is it a stop in the career, or is it really demotions? Right, so right now it seems to be framed around demotions. I would think that being demoted in the Swedish context is actually quite hard, but you can comment on that compared to. Okay, that's it. Thank you. It's a great paper. It's really interesting.
Do you want to respond?
Yeah. Super detailed comments, super good comments. So I really appreciate them. So exactly. So I'm thinking kind of related to this. I mean, you think about this in terms of kind of employers responding to these policies. Is a policy kind of targeting employers, or is it kind of social environment in general? I think we should kind of think of this as kind of this broad policy. We will probably not be able to say something more specifically about it, whether it's firms or the kind of the social environment or the individuals themselves who are reacting to this. I mean, we can capture a combo of all of these factors. So but the way I think about it is that this is kind of essentially kind of the entire market, social environment change, and then kind of the employers maybe part of that, of course.
And also, we do have the email addresses of those of both the firms, so we can actually then some of those who register.
Exactly.
So versions we can say that there's a lot of firms doing that, but we should show them.
Yeah, exactly. So it may actually be possible to quantify that. So it was a very good comment. So exactly. Also, we can definitely look at kind of, so as I said, in 2011, 14% of firms who were employers were using these kind of background checks. A great big portion of that is because there are some industries where this is kind of mandated by law. So it was in childcare, for instance, we have some kind of health care workers and so on. So that's also part of it, and also we are discussing kind of going to extended analysis in these kind of dimensions as well. So exactly. So I think So thanks so much.
Okay, good. I'm going to completely abuse my position. That's the first question, because it follows on what you said. So it's 14%. So but most public sector jobs would have a background check.
No, not most. So there's specific occupations. We don't have occupation data.
But a lot of them, so health, and the police.
Yeah.
Probably more. And so, and the size of the public sector in Sweden is probably what?
Yeah, it's
14% of employment.
Yeah.
Now, I know it's not all public sector, so but that means that the private sector are hardly going to get at all. Because a big chunk of 14 is public sector, right?
Yeah, no,
That's okay. Go on.
So maybe just a clarification start, what's the second difference? There's the before, after, and then the,
Yeah, before of the exposed, non-exposed. So.
isn't that the before, after?
No, so we classify the offenders kind of in the those who were sentenced before or a couple of 5 years in the past, right? So we have this kind of classification, exposed, non-exposed, and then we're kind of looking at that around the time, the effect around the time of when the platform was introduced. So exposed, non-exposed. So the additional effect of being exposed post when the data is launched, right, relative to not being exposed.
So in your heterogeneous effects, is that why you don't have to include sort of the baseline? So you had the misdemeanor. So I couldn't help notice that it seems like it's always the larger category that seems to have a significant effect.
Yeah.
I'm trying to wonder if this is like just a statistical aspect, because do you have the baseline, like the baseline of misdemeanor, the baseline of acquittal? Is that going to fall out because of this difference in difference? Because otherwise it might be captured out of just the load of the variation with the bigger category.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. So yeah, it's a good point. Yeah. So I will. Yeah.
You can take control of.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of hands. So
Yeah. Yeah.
You said you don't find effects on employment, but that was your question. Heterogeneous effects on price sector.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So we kind of so in some of the subgroups we do find so for instance those who were sentenced by misdemeanor or those who were living in neighborhoods where you have few criminals. So they will find employment effects as well, and also kind of increases in recidivism. So, but not in a full sample. So.
And can you distinguish between first-time offenders and repeat offenders?
Yeah, we can do that, but we're focusing on first-time defendants because we think this kind of also more policy relevant because I mean these kind of non-disclosure policies are typically targeting first-time offenders. So I think, but we can for sure do that in the data. So yeah, I think yeah.
So I guess a couple of points. One is like Anna, as you were setting up the you're talking about the data, I was expecting an RD. But I think I was expecting a different type of RD. The idea is that at the time the website is released in a given market, you have people whose last offense was just over 5 years ago, people whose last offense was just under 5 years ago. And that's so in principle, the latter should be captured in the database, the former not.
Yeah. So
that's like it's another. I think that's a distinct degree from the one that you had. And then the other thing I was thinking too is so this idea. You know, I was thinking that as regards to misdemeanor and so on.
Yeah.
I mean, there it seems like that this is more of an information shock for people for whom the information is more surprising. Information is more surprising. But the problem with that is you also get these. I mean, the entire effective loads on men, and you know, pretty much throughout the world, men commit many more offenses than women. Yeah. And so, if that's the story, then basically you should find these big effects on women, because that would be more of a surprise. So, I think that's really I think that's a big challenge, right? Figuring out how this affects why the heterogeneity looks the way it does.
Yeah. So I mean, so there are of course quite few women in the sample, but that's.
Oh, but I bet it's not more than 20%.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Less than 20, but yeah. Which, no, but yeah.
Captain. Yeah, just I guess maybe more clarification, but just emphasizing like who the estimation sample here is.
Yeah. Because
it is conditioned, I guess this 5 years, so it's the 5 to 6 year ago group with the 4 to 5 year old group, and then conditioned on no offending.
Yeah.
And so the surprise effect would be particularly larger, I guess, for that sample, because it's people that had lower level offenses and then didn't do anything for 5 years, and all of a sudden we know that. So it's not this kind of habitual offending or high offending type population.
No, exactly.
I think it's really important. But the other thing that related to one of Anna's comments about the expungement and sealing.
Yeah.
How does that interact with this 5-year gap? Because if it's 3 to 10 years,
Yeah.
then you're getting this kind of selective estimation sample of people who have acquittals or misdemeanors that for some reason were not
Yeah.
cleared or expunged, and I guess just more information around that.
Yeah, exactly. So what we do now is we kind of trying to explore that dimension of the variation as well, because we have this in the database that now some of these kind of crimes are removed. Some of these guys are removed, but at the time everyone was included.
Okay.
So, but we have this kind of formal kind of expungement of these kind of formal registers that can be where the information can be provided to employers. So we kind of think about that. So kind of when individuals are expunged in this kind of formal the formal records. So do we see an effect of the database kicking in and so on? So we kind of it's a bit tricky to do that, but that's kind of where we are right now. But in the database for sure at this point in time no one was kind of removed, but they started to do that more recently. So there are some changes in how they're working now compared to how they worked before.
One more, let's have one more. No takers? Okay, great.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, so Daniel's next.
Well, thank you for inviting me. It's great to be here. This is my first time in this conference, so it's great. This is joint work with Camilo Acosta from the Inter-American Development Bank and with Angela Soro, who is moving to the University of Toronto. She was finishing a PhD at Chicago. So basically, there was a huge change in Latin America on the procedural codes that happened between 1990 and 2020. Most countries, except all Latin America, more precisely, all Latin American countries except Brazil, made a transition from an inquisitorial procedural code to an adversarial model, which is a lot more respectful of rights of the accused. And these procedural codes, what these procedural codes do is they regulate the criminal justice system, define the scope of the system, and the measures that can be taken in criminal investigations and trials. That's what the procedural codes do. And they regulate the modes of apprehending, charging, and trying suspected offenders. And they also define their role, the specific role of each one of the actors involved in the criminal system, in the criminal investigation and trials. And more specifically, the role of the police. Yeah, the role of the police, the prosecutor, the judge, and the public minister. I'm gonna explain a little bit more what some of the specific changes were. So this is the timing of the transition for each specific country. As you can see, most of the countries in Latin America did the transition in just one shot, except for Colombia, which implemented a staggered implementation of the new procedural codes in 4 years. And that's what we're gonna be, as you can expect, this is what we're gonna be exploiting. So before starting, let me give you a simple overview of the current system for a crime, an arrest that occurred in flagrante. Okay. So this is how it works. A crime occurs, and an alleged criminal is arrested by the police. The police must take that alleged criminal to a prosecutor's office, which is called in Colombia an URI. So, where the case is assigned to a prosecutor. If it's an in flagrante arrest, that the prosecutor is assigned randomly. If it is not, is not a random assignment to a prosecutor. And this is where the preliminary investigation begins. And the prosecutor, when he gets the arrested person, the prosecutor has to legalize the arrest before a supervisory judge. This is under the new system, which is called, it's a new figure created by the new adversarial code, which is the juez de control de garantías. And if the prosecutor, he has to take another decision, which is to formally or not open a criminal case where the investigation stage formally starts. And she must take, if he decides to open a criminal case, she must take the alleged criminal in front of a supervisory judge and do two more things: press charges, and he can request or not the pretrial detention of the alleged criminal in front of a supervisory judge. Most of these three hearings, the legalization of the arrest, the pressing of charges, which we're going to be calling the imputation of charges, and the request and the hearing to request the pretrial detention of the alleged criminal, happen in just one formal hearing. They call that the triple count informal. This is something also created by the new system. After the imputation of charges, the prosecutor must take the alleged criminal to an indictment hearing, and the new system imposes a very strict time limit that can last between the imputation of charges and the indictment. Before, under the previous system, there was no time limit between the imputation of charges and the indictment hearing. So many cases ended up with a imputation of charges, but didn't go to an indictment hearing, and there were many open cases that didn't get resolved. So this was a big change with the new system. This legal reform did not change any substantial penal laws, which is what is a crime and what is not a crime. That didn't change, or the severity of punishment. That wasn't changed at all with this reform. It was focused much more on the procedural aspect of the system and led to fundamental changes in the way a person accused of committing a crime is prosecuted by the criminal justice system in Latin America in general, not only Colombia, but in Latin America in general, between 1990 and 2020. It implied a significant change in the role of institutions involved in processing criminal cases. Let me give you just one example. Before, in the inquisitorial system, there was a figure called inquisitorial judges who took part in the investigation process, which nowadays it seems kind of crazy that the judge was part of the investigation process. Now that's not anymore the case. So the judge was removed from the investigation process, which is now a responsibility of a public prosecutor in charge of collecting the evidence and building the case. After in hearings in front of a supervisory judge. So under the new system, the judge is completely removed was completely removed from the investigation process, and this ensures basically an impartial role on the judge's part.
Absolutely. So the 90-day thing, how is that enforced?
Disciplinary investigations inside the general prosecutor's office. And this is how I got this data. I worked in the prosecutor's office for 1 year, so I was able to get this data. And there are very strict disciplinary investigation if a prosecutor presses charges, but they don't go to the indictment.
So there's a sanction.
Yeah, there is a sanction, a disciplinary sanction inside the prosecutor's office. Yeah, that's right. And that's going to play a crucial part in our results. That 90-day time limit is going to be crucial. There were specific changes in different countries, but the reforms were guided by some common objectives. The first objective was to, of course, improve judicial efficiency, strengthening the mechanisms of early termination of criminal processes. Before the reform, there was no plea bargain under the previous inquisitorial system. And before the reform, the settlements between the victims and the alleged criminals were optional. Now, for minor crimes, they became mandatory. So, pre-imputation settlements, hearings, to basically try to settle the disputes for minor crimes. Second, the reform intended to increase due process protection and guarantee defendants' rights. Let me say this in more in easier terms. Basically, the reform increased the bar for the prosecutors to press charges. And this is also gonna be crucial. Before the reform, prosecutors were pressing charges without having actually clear evidence of the participation of the alleged criminal in the crime. And finally,
Just to clarify, under the previous regime, was the period between the imputation and the actual indictment used to gather evidence? Or no?
for sure it was. I think it was. But before the reform, there was no this time limit,
Right.
right? Let me go to one of the results, which is nowadays with the reform, prosecutors who press charges, they already have collected the evidence.
Yes.
That's gonna be a crucial part of the result. And third, a very significant objective of the reform was to reduce the use of pretrial detention. Before the reform, almost 50% of the people incarcerated in Latin America were under pretrial detention. So this was a clear challenge to the legitimacy of the criminal justice system. All these changes this was a huge reform, a large reform. It was not a small reform, it was a huge reform that of course affected the incentives to engage in criminal activities in very different directions. So for instance, the literature has associated increases in judicial efficiency and shortening of the judicial process with lower crime rates, but that assumes that this is not due, this improving in efficiencies are not the result of prosecutorial behavior. So for instance, if part of this productivity increases, which is going to be part of our results, come from prosecutors not deciding not to investigate some cases, that this may not be the case. That improving judicial efficiency is going to lower crime rates. Another part of the literature basically finds that reducing the use of pretrial detention is associated with lower crime rates in the long run, but higher crime rates in the short run due to the incapacitation effects, right? And finally, the reform strengthened the mechanisms for early termination of the criminal processes with mandatory pre-imputation settlements for minor crimes, and with the introduction of plea bargaining in the criminal justice system in Latin America. We're not going to be evaluating the effects of plea bargaining because it didn't exist before. So there's no way of knowing what this didn't exist before, but we're gonna evaluate the effect of the introduction of mandatory pre-imputation settlements between the victims and the alleged criminal. So the question of what effects dominates on crime rates becomes an empirical question, and this is what we're gonna be doing. So we exploit the exogenous staggered implementation of the procedural reform in Colombia, which was, as I'm gonna be explaining, it was designed into 4 stages to basically estimate the intended and the unintended consequences of the reform. So basically the staggered implementation plus access to very detailed data on judicial decisions and judicial actions, plus data on crime rates and clearance rates allows us to do this evaluation. So the reform was approved by the Colombian Congress in August 2004, and given the challenges of implementation, the Colombian Congress designed a staggered rollout of implementation, and Congress divided the 33 judicial districts into 4 stages. The first stage starting in January 1st, 2005, and then the second one on January 1st, 2006, etc. So this is what we're gonna be exploiting. As you can see, the first group was the group that is in green here, which included Bogota and the Coffee region. The second group included Medellin, which is here, where Santiago is from, Cali, and another large part of Colombia. The third group was the light blue, and the fourth group was the Atlantic coast of Colombia, plus some part of the Pacific coast of Colombia. As you can see, the geographic size is different, but the proportion of the population living in those four groups is relatively similar. 1/4 of the population and 1/4 of total criminal cases.
Sorry, was that staggering in some sense related to the caseload that existed in the different
No.
areas?
No, we don't find them, or crime rates or. So let me go quickly over the related literature. Most of the research in this area has analyzed the effects of small procedural changes on especially on crime rates. And these papers have explored the impact, for instance, of higher judicial efficiency, improvements in due process protection, or reductions in pretrial detention on crime rates. The three most related papers are three recent papers trying to evaluate the effects of similar adversarial reforms in Peru, Mexico, and Uruguay. But in these countries, the reform was implemented in only one stage. So there were complex implementation processes that impose empirical challenges when trying to disentangle the causal effects of implementing this reform. But all three papers find increases in crime. They don't have data. These papers don't have data on judicial outcomes or judicial decisions, which we do in this paper. So our paper provides the most comprehensive evaluation of the intended and unintended consequences of the implementation of the adversarial reform in the Latin American context. And our result, basically, in short, they show that the implementation of the adversarial reform in Colombia achieved, I would say, all the intended outcomes, but had unintended consequences on crime rates, on clearance rates, and on policing activity, on arrests. So the data we're going to be using, the main source of data is data from the General Prosecutor's Office. And here we have basically the data from the information system of the previous system, the inquisitorial system, and data from the information system of the new adversarial system. And basically, well, the data we have is, for instance, aggregated. We had case level data, but we aggregate that data at the municipality month level. On the average number of days between different procedural stages, the number of active cases, the number of cases that were actually opened by the prosecutors, the number of cases that reach the imputation of charges and the indictment, the number of cases with pretrial detention either in house arrest or jail, the number of settlements. These are before the imputation of charges. These are settlements between the victim and the alleged criminal. These became mandatory. The number of convictions in court or due to guilty pleas, and the number of acquittals in court or as a result of settlements between the victim and the alleged criminal. We also have data on crime rates. We basically yield 4 aggregate crime measures and a weighted crime rate, a weighted crime index using the sanctions in the penal code, a weighted property crime index, and a weighted violent crime index. We have also population data to build the rates and municipal controls from the CEDEFAN. The empirical strategy is very simple. It has 2 alternative approaches and a conditional event study model that allows us to test for possible pre-existing differences in trends between the treated and not yet treated municipalities, and a 2-way fixed effects model, which has a little bit more structure, where we can control for municipality fixed effects, time fixed effects, and municipal controls. We also implement the double robust estimator proposed by Callaway and Santana and the Woodbridge methodology for the 2-way fixed effects methodology. Let me go through the results. So I'm gonna be showing you first the results on the intended consequences. Basically, every law in Colombia, I would say in many different countries, has like an explanation of what the intention of the reform is. And this basically were the intended outcomes of the reform: reduction in procedural times, reductions in pretrial detention, increases in these settlement hearings before imputation of charges, and there was an objective of increasing adjudication rates, either acquittals or convictions. And finally, I'm going to show you the results. I'm not going to show you the results on arrest rates today. I'm going to show you results on clearance rates, which is the number of the proportion of cases, of open cases that reach an imputation of charges, and on crime rates. Okay. This result is by constructions. This is the average number of days by stage between the imputation of charges and the indictment. Remember that the reform imposed a very strict time limit between imputation and the indictment hearing. So as you can see, all the cities in each stage reduce the number of days between the imputation of charges and the indictment. This is by construction. This is aggregating the 4 stages in just one graph, but this is a behavioral response. Now that prosecutors face a very strict time limit between imputation and indictment, they are taking more time to press charges. And this partly answers your question, I think, which is, given that time is going to start to run once you press charges, they're going to take more time to press charges, and they're going to press charges on fewer cases. So there is higher judicial efficiency, but at the cost of investigating fewer cases. But the net effect, this is the total number of days between the opening of the investigation and the indictment hearing. So this effect dominates this effect. And there is a total reduction in procedural times, at least between the imputation of charges and the indictment hearing. Okay. So this is good news. There was a significant reduction in procedural times. This is the results from the leads and lag model. As I said, there was a by construction, there is a reduction in the number of days between the imputation of charges and indictment, and increase in the number of days between opening the case and pressing of charges. And this effect dominates this effect, and there is a reduction between the number of days between the opening of the investigation and the indictment here, which is good news. This is basically the result from the difference estimations. There was a significant reduction in the total number of days between opening and indictment, and the effect increases over time, at least over the first 12 months after implementation. These are the results on pretrial detention. There is a significant reduction in the use of pretrial detention. There is a significant reduction in the use of pretrial detention, even for homicide cases. There is a significant increase in the use of pretrial detention in house arrest. It's a huge increase, but it was barely used before the reform. So this explains the huge effect that we have on pretrial detention. And there is a reduction in total pretrial detention, house arrest, plus pretrial detention in jail. Okay, there is a significant reduction in the use of pretrial detention, even surprisingly, for homicide cases. For property crimes, you can notice that this effect was counteracted completely by this effect. Remember that we're not going to be evaluating the effects on plea bargains, because plea bargains didn't exist before this adversarial reform, but we can evaluate the effect on pre-imputation settlements, which are settlements again between the victim and the alleged criminal in front of in front of the prosecutor and has to be validated by the judge. Those settlements have to be validated in a formal hearing by the judge. So there was a significant increase in the use of these early termination mechanisms for minor offenses, for property crimes and assaults. And that effect increases over time as well. Third, there is an increase. This is the proportion of the total number of cases where there was an imputation of charges that were that had a final decision by the judge, either an acquittal decision or a conviction, right? So there was a significant increase in efficiency in terms of increasing final decisions for all different types of crimes, for homicide, property crimes, drug offenses, and all types of crimes. When we look, and this is very consistent, when we look at the share of acquittals over total decisions and the share of convictions over total decisions, this is not surprising that cases that reach the trial stage, there was an increase in the fraction of acquittals and there was a decrease in the fraction of convictions, because those cases, it was easier to solve convictions before through plea bargain. These are decisions in court, final decisions in trials, sorry. So the cases that reach the trial phase were harder to convict and were easier to reach an acquittal decision. This is consistent with the fact that the reform created early termination mechanisms of the criminal process through plea bargain or through a settlement. Let me go through the unintended consequences. There is a significant reduction for all types of crimes for the clearance rates, a huge reduction. And this is in the order of magnitude of 20-something% for all types of crime. This is bad news. There is an increase in crime for the total crime index, for the violent crime index, and for the property crime index. We see an increase in crime. Okay, this is the two ways fixed effects estimations, and the effect was increasing over time. And this is our preferred estimates for the increase in crime. 18% increase in the weighted crime index, 17% increase in the violent crime index, and 19% increase in the property crime index. Actually, the idea behind this paper was given to me by who was then in 2007 the director of the National Police. Right before giving a conference at Los Andes, he said, this was in the middle of the implementation of the reform. He said to me right before getting to the stage and giving his conference, he said, I think the implementation of this reform is increasing crime. But only, I don't know, 15 years later, I was able to do this. There is an increase in all types of crimes, violent crimes and property crimes.
Sorry.
Yeah. You may be thinking about why drug offenses go down. This is policing, these are victimless crimes. Policing activity goes down a lot with the reform. This is the explanation between drug offenses going down with the reform. There was I don't have the graph here for the arrest rates. Arrest rates went down dramatically at the time of the implementation of the reform. The first month in the implementation of the reform, crime rates went down dramatically. So I already mentioned the main results. There was a significant reduction in the use of pretrial detention, a large reduction in total procedural times, an increase in the use of early termination mechanisms, and a large increase in the percentage of cases that reach a final decision by the judge. Let me just give you this This is important. Our results do not at all support or justify deferring to public safety, sacrificing constitutional rights or civil liberties. But our paper is intended to highlight that reforms that are aimed at protecting constitutional rights they must create a special provision or guidelines to help mitigate potential adverse effects on primates. Things such as, I'm specifically referring here to things such as requiring the prosecutor or the judge to send to pretrial detention someone who has committed many crimes during a time period, at least. That's it.
Right, thanks.
Yeah, we have to discuss.
Okay, so very good. So this is, so I like this paper for a number of reasons. I'm very glad that you submitted it, and I'm glad that I'm discussing it. And one of the reasons I like it so much is because it addresses a fundamental question about justice. Oh, and remember, the name of this conference is actually the Chicago LSE Conference on the Economics of Crime and Justice. I like that part. But anyway, so and this is along on the justice aspect, because it speaks to this question. What protections should the accused or the citizen more generally enjoy under the law, right? So basically, in liberal democracy, we have these laws, and part of the purpose of the law is to protect individuals from false accusations. So at the same time, we know that there's this trade-off. We know that fewer protections lead to more false convictions. That's something we want to guard against. On the other hand, we know that more protections lead to fewer convictions, meaning that some guilty parties, some criminals go free. Now, this is this is not a new idea. This goes back, the trade-off has been understood at least since the Enlightenment. And at the time of the Enlightenment, thinkers came down on the side of more protection. So this is very famous quote from Blackstone in 1760. It said, "It is better that 10 guilty persons escape than one innocent suffer." Franklin, a few years later, had to one-up it. He said it is better that 100 guilty persons should escape than one innocent person suffer. So at the same, there's this very strong tradition towards protection of the innocent. At the same time, there's this recognition here that protecting the innocent means that many of the guilty are going to go free. And so that's one of the issues that this paper addresses quite simply. And the other issue is, well, if you let too many criminals go free, maybe you're going to have more crime, right? That didn't seem to be part of the story here with these quotes, but that's certainly something that we have to be concerned about. Okay, so there are things like protections writ small. Like there are a lot of topical discussions these days have to do with how much protection should the accused enjoy. And so here we think about bail reform. There's all sorts of stuff about money bail, whether there should be money bail, for example, in the United States. Also in the American context, there are all sorts of analyses of court rulings that sort of modify or reinterpret the various Fourth Amendment protections against search and seizure and the like. But that's not what this paper is about. This paper is about what you could call protections writ large, because it compares very fundamental approaches to establishing guilt or innocence in criminal proceedings. Now, there are, as Daniel explained, there are two approaches to ascertaining guilt, basically, in the Western world. And I think a reasonable person could live their entire lives without knowing that the other system exists, right? Because essentially, if you grew up in an English-speaking place, you think of trials as being of the adversarial variety, and if you grew up in a non-English-speaking place, you think of them as being more the inquisitorial variety, and that's just how they are. But anyway, the adversarial process, basically, you have a prosecutor who investigates, a defense that defends, and a judge who adjudicates. So the judge is supposed to be this impartial sort of, person who decides what the rules are and how they're to be interpreted. In the inquisitorial process, it's different. The judge is the investigator, right? So the judge both plays an investigative role and an adjudicative role. And so throughout history, there's been this concern that, well, if you have the judge involved as an advocate, they're not going to be impartial in the administration of the rules. And in fact, if you look at a textbook analysis here, by textbook, think Wikipedia. There's this idea out there that the adversarial process indeed should provide better protection of due process. But the inquisitorial process, because the judge is also invested under one judge, should run more efficiently. So that's the textbook, and the textbook is pretty silent as to the effects on crime, the unintended consequences of protection. Okay, so, so you can ask yourself, well, how would you ever test these claims? How could you ever evaluate the merits of these two very different procedural systems? And you'd have to observe a change from one to the other. So it doesn't happen much, but it happened in Colombia, and it happened in a particularly advantageous way because, as Daniel explained, it was rolled out over 4 years. So, the implementation is staggered. You get to exploit that staggered timing. At the same time, this is not a one-off, right? Because it happened in every other, at least all the Spanish-speaking countries in Latin America. And if I recall right, it also happened in Greece about 10 or 15 years ago, at least for a certain set of crimes. So anyway, this doesn't happen, but it represents a profound change in the way that justice is administered. Now, in terms of Colombia, why the change? I think there were lots of reasons, but my understanding is there were two that were really central here. One is that there was too much pretrial detention. And the second is that the progress of cases through the process was way too slow. And coincidentally, a friend of mine was ensnared in one of these pre-reform type of cases about 15 years ago. And the slow process is incredibly agonizing, or at least was incredibly agonizing for the people who were involved. Basically, they're just left twisting for years on end. And, I think that's clearly a miscarriage of justice and something you would rather not have as part of your system. But the analysis here, it exploits the staggered rollout of the reform, and it's a fairly standard event study analysis with a couple of bells and whistles, basically, recognize problems with applying OLS to the two-way fixed effects models. And what it provides a very comprehensive analysis of what happens. So it basically sets out, and I think successfully, addresses all the questions as to what the purpose speaking to the purpose of the reform. Basically, did it speed up justice? Did it reduce pretrial detention? And so on. And it turns out that, well, the textbook was wrong in terms of the efficiency of the inquisitorial process. So in a nutshell, as a result of the reform, pretrial detention fell, pretrial resolutions rose, more cases reached final adjudication, and case processing times fell. So that's most of that is good news. I think that's a plus for justice. Now, on the other hand, there were these unintended consequences. So arrest rates fell, clearance rates fell, assaults, muggings, burglaries, and thefts rose. Although interestingly, as Daniel mentioned towards the end, drug crimes fell. Okay, so now drug crimes fell. That may or may not be bad news. That's one of the things I want to talk about. So the paper here is really comprehensive in terms of documenting what happened. I guess what I would like to see, what I would like the authors to do is to tell us more about why these things happened, especially the unintended consequences part. And so that is to try to sort of dig into these questions as to why did crimes rise, why did arrests fall, and just to provide a couple of ideas here. And these are not airtight arguments, but I want to think about these things separately, even though I think I said they may be related. I think they are related. But anyway, you could imagine a couple of different things, explanations, for example, for why crime rose. So there's a lot of potential reasons. And one of the things I'd like to know is how much of the increase in crime could be attributed just mechanically to the reduction in pretrial detention. Because, it stands to reason, the more people you lock up, the more incapacitation you have. And if you're locking up people who are prone to crime, that's going to reduce your crime rate. Now, you may have grave concerns about locking up people prior to trial, particularly when some of those people prove to be innocent. But you would expect a reduction in crime. And so I think that the authors, with their estimates, could actually carry out just sort of this mechanical calculation. So how much of that increase in crime is just due to the reduction in pretrial detention. And, at some level, that is without taking any other actions, higher crime may just be the price you pay for reserving punishment for perpetrators who have actually been convicted, as opposed to those who are just awaiting processing. Now, an alternative explanation here, and it's really important. So an alternative explanation here is that crime rose because arrests fell, which in turn reduced deterrence. Right, that's a completely different hypothesis. And so it raises this important question: why did arrests fall? And you can imagine, so, again, there's a number of possible explanations. So one is that cops were less keen to make arrests for offenses that were now less likely to result in punishment. This is kind of a Ferguson effect, right? So the cops ask if they should exert effort. Part of what they do is they look downstream. They say, what is going to happen to this person who I bring in? If I arrest them and if basically they don't think the consequences are sufficiently severe, they decide not to exert the effort. So that's one way to think about the Ferguson effect. Now, one thing that happens is, so and here's where the drug offenses come in. So the authors argue that drug offenses are reported by police rather than victims of third party. So perhaps that's an indicator of effort. So if some of the drug offenses reported may reflect a reduction in police effort, which may also result in fewer arrests. And so if this Ferguson effect is part of what's going on, you can kind of get at this by asking whether arrest rates fell more for crimes which were newly less likely to result in pretrial detention. And I think there's some heterogeneity there for reasons that sort of have to do with the way the system worked. And I'm failing on the details here, but I think there's some potential variation there. But then so this could be one of the reasons why crime rose. Now, of course, that's not the only reason why arrests may have fallen. It may have been sort of a different argument here. So maybe the cops were overwhelmed by the rising crime, right? That's so crime rose, that the potential criminals took advantage of basically their newfound protections to commit yet more crime. The cops were overwhelmed. And here, this is a little fuzzy at best, but anyway, you might look for differences across space in the relationship between crime and arrests, right? So if this overwhelming effect were greater in some areas than others, then we would expect to see bigger increases in crime, the bigger reductions in arrests where you saw bigger increases in crime. And I don't know if this is exactly related. I think this is related more to the Ferguson effect, but I would like to know, and I think you have. Do you have the underlying micro data? You can decide if you can do this or not, but I'd be really interested to know if the marginal arrests, or the arrests that sort of disappeared after the reform took place, were generally high or low quality. And one way to look at this is if you could take case files, if you have case files, then you could look at the characteristics of arrests and check whether the missing arrests were more or less likely to result in convictions. And so that's another way I think it's separating out different hypotheses as to why why arrests fell, why crime may have risen. So there are some methodological issues here. And I guess really, I don't want to, okay. I'm going to say this anyway. There is an issue with precision here. And I think this is going to leave many, many results unaffected, but I think there might be some that affects. And so I'll raise this. So the authors clustered the standard errors by judicial district, but the problem is the reform was implemented at this much higher level. As you saw that map, there were these 4 jurisdictions. And if I think about the Abadi et al. Work, it basically says that you want to cluster at the level at which the treatment is implemented. And so to me, that says basically you have 4 observations for calculating precision, conducting inference. And 4 is a painful number. It's not as painful as 1, but anyway, it's pretty painful. It's painfully small. And so I'm wondering here if you could do something like the wild bootstrap, Cameron and thank you, Gelback, Jonah, Gelback, provide this way of actually computing precision with a small number of groups here. And so I'm wondering if you couldn't do something like that. And again, I think where your T statistics are 10 and 20, I don't really think you're going to change the results much, your inferences much, but there's some sort of closer cases. The other thing in terms of technical thing, I don't really love weighted indexes because, the reader may not agree with the weights that you put on each of the crimes. You don't really need them because you give us sort of offense-specific regressions. And so I guess, it's a matter of taste, but I prefer those anyway. Those might be worth emphasizing more. Anyway, so this is a really ambitious effort to analyze, sort of a rarely observed change in legal systems. It's really comprehensive. I'd like to see more explain some of the really important findings. Here's the other thing though, is all of these results pertain to the first 12 months after the reform. And with a reform this large, it may take longer for the system to adjust. And you may see, adjustments that are designed specifically to get at some of these issues having to do with, the unexpected increase in crime. So what I'm really hoping is this will become sort of a long-term project. And we'll be able to see what results look like, after 2 years, after 5 years, and so on. Because this is a really interesting change, and I think there's a lot we can learn.
Fine. Thank you, Jeff. So if I read your your main comment correctly, ideally we would like to have like a horse race between the 2. There are many explanations, but you summarize them into 2 alternative channels, right? there was an increase in deterrence or a decrease in deterrence. And we've been thinking about how to do that, how to do the horse race between the different channels through which the reform, the changes implemented, induced by the reform, increased crime. That's interesting. We did, when I was working at the prosecutor's office, we had the case level data. I had access to the case level data. That's not the case anymore. And I don't think they will, but I missed the opportunity to do that. Either the two cases that you mentioned. The second one is the quality of arrests. We could have, if I was there, I could test whether the quality of our total arrests went down, but maybe the quality of arrests went up. But I don't know if they're gonna give me this data now. We'll do the clustering by group. I think that's important to do. But I agree with you that given our that's not going to change much the result. I hope it's not going to change much the results.
Most of those results would be.
That's
Okay, good. Question?
Just curious, I mean, maybe anecdotal, but did this change like who wants to become a prosecutor? Like just the types of people that select into those jobs and professions?
We haven't looked into that.
Or cops.
Or cars.
Yeah, it just changes this shift in system changes the whole nature of the job and the types of people that might want to do those jobs. Which would
That's related to the question of whether it was the reform or the implementation. To that, and Colombia is one of the countries that where the reform was implemented more carefully. Training the judges, training the prosecutors in the new system, etc. It was not perfect, but it's among the countries that implemented the reform. Colombia is ranked very high in the quality of the implementation. I don't think we're gonna have enough variation inside Colombia to see whether each group implemented the reform in a better way or not.
Tagging on to that, also, you say the first 12 months of police force not have changed in the first few years.
No. Yeah. No, but related to that, we have a couple of graphs of new results on the effects on after 24 months of implementation, and the results keep growing.
Crime keeps rising.
Keeps rising. At least up to 24 months. That was one of the comments we got. And let me say something more. One of the comments that we've gotten for this paper is crime reporting. We don't have a crime victimization or crime surveys to see if crime reporting went up as a result of the implementation of the reform.
That was kind of my question. Like, what is the measurement of crime?
It's administrative records by the police.
So it's like, how do they get a crime? So we report to crime.
Yeah, where someone reports a crime to the police.
Because like, so kind of like Jeff, for instance, like when you think about like the implied elasticities, that would have to be true for those results. You have to believe that there's no correlation between assaults, robberies, and murder, and also that there's a massive elasticity of policing on assault in particular. But like from what I know, like elasticity literature, policing influences murder more than it influences assaults. Right?
That's
so
right.
you have to believe that there's nothing happening to murder or sex crimes, but that everybody getting released from jail early, like, oh, I was arrested for property, I'm gonna go out and punch something in the face, right? That would have to be happening at mass scale. And it doesn't show up in murder at all. So I'm wondering, is there like some sort of reclassification, some sort of data switching? Did officers change how they started classifying arrests? Because
no, we have checked that there was no change in the way the police recorded a crime. There was no change at all. And if there was a change, it was not, I mean, there was no change first. And the Colombian police is a national police. It's not a local police, so there is no. If they made any change on the way they recorded crimes, it was a national change. So, but still, we have the question of whether there was an increase in crime reporting by citizens. And we only have one survey in Bogota, which is the largest city, and we don't see an increase in crime reporting rates. But that's only for one city. We don't have crime surveys for that period of time. National, at least at the national level.
Is there hospitalization there?
Yes, yes.
So that could, bad enough assaults end up in hospital.
That's right.
So
Okay,
that's the way that you could speak to it.
okay,
You'd speak to it.
that's right.
I'm sure you thought about this. Do you have any sentencing information, sentence length or mandatory minimum? To see sort of the type of convictions, sort of the type
That's right.
of outcomes actually change.
I would guess, no, I haven't looked, the formal answer is I haven't looked at this data, but I would guess that's the sentencing time went down because of the introduction of pre-imputation settlements and plea bargain. So I would guess that the sentencing length went down with the reform, but the time to reach a conviction went down as well. So there are two opposing effects there that we cannot disentangle. But that's interesting. I mean, the expected discounted cost of committing a crime, you don't know what happened to that because sentencing length went down, but the time to reach the sentence went down as well. So it's hard to tell what's expected cost of committing a crime. The sentence, the cost of the sentence went up or down. But that's a crucial question, I think.
Okay, last question.
It's a very minor one. Have you thought about whether this increase might be coming from the offending or recidivism rather than the, let's say, offending the systems? And if this can help mitigate some of these?
I don't know if this answers the question or not, but we had some results on the reform increasing reoffending.
But is this mechanical?
That's right. That's right. I don't know. It increased reoffending, but we don't know if that's mechanical.
One thing on the reoffending is whether it's mechanical during this process, and another question is whether this is a system also. Both makes that the justice system, both practice and
That's right.
Good question. The final one.
You have the idea of the offense.
Yes, we did have it when I was there. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. It's really good. So I think we have lunch. And on the schedule, we're on perfectly on schedule.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. I wanted to make, so one quick public service announcement. If you weren't aware, the Champions League final is tonight at Wembley. And apparently the transit authority is saying that it might take longer to get to the airport than you were expecting. So I wouldn't encourage anyone to leave early, obviously, but that's a decision for you to make. You might want to check.
Say that there were tickets for that.
Well, you see, I had them, but I sold them because they made so much money. So anyway. Okay, so, but with that, we're happy to have Wenwei Peng, who's going to talk about ethnic disparity in criminal sentences in China, evidence from the University of Court verdicts. And so Wenwei, you have, thank you for joining us remotely. We're sorry you couldn't be here in person. You have 25 minutes.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, great. I would like to thank the organizer for putting together this terrific conference and also for including our paper in this program. I'm extremely sorry that I cannot join you in person today because I tested positive for COVID yesterday. Thank you for accommodating me and allowing me to present this online. So the paper I would like to share with you today is Ethnic Disparity in Criminal Sentence in China, Evidence from the Universe of Court Verdicts. This is joint work with Takano, who is a PhD student at UC Berkeley, and my name is Wenwei Peng, currently a postdoc at Harvard. So in societies governed by the rule of law, it is a fundamental belief that our legal system should treat each individual with equal fairness. regardless of their ethnicity, race, religions, and social classes. However, an extensive and growing literature often find that unfair prosecution or sentencing against minority population is prevalent. Most of these studies have been focusing on the US and some other democratic countries. If we zoom in this issue in authoritarian regimes where the judiciary is tightly controlled by the regime and is often forced to align with ruling parties' political agenda, which could potentially lead to even more severe biases against minority. Surprisingly, there actually exists very little rigorous research on this. And this could be partly because of the data limitation due to a lack of transparency in these countries. So in today's paper, we want to bring new empirical evidence to this issue by focusing on China, the world's largest and most powerful authoritarian regime. China could be an interesting and important setting to study this issue for the following two reasons. First, China's legal system is tasked with maintaining social order and advancing political objectives outlined by the Chinese Communist Party.
Wait, your slides aren't moving, so maybe you wanna.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Okay.
There we go.
oh, so sorry. Okay. Yeah, let's go back. Yeah, let's move on. So China could be an interesting and important setting to study this issue for two reasons. First, China's legal system is tasked with maintaining social order and advancing political objectives outlined by the Chinese Communist Party. And this is not uncommon in other authoritarian regimes. Studying this issue in China could potentially generate insights that can be generalized to other authoritarian regimes as well. Second, China houses 1.7 million incarcerated individuals. This accounts for 16% of the global prison population, making China the second largest prison population right behind the US. So understanding this issue in China is essential from a global perspective. So what we do in this paper is that we compile the most comprehensive criminal judgment file in China from 2014 to 2021. In total, we collected 11 million criminal court verdicts from a website called China Judgment Online, which is an official website run by the Supreme People's Court of China. In addition, we developed a novel text cleaning algorithm to extract an extensive set of case-level variables from these millions of unstructured verdict text files. And utilizing this novel and rich data set, we try to provide the first systematic and comprehensive evidence on ethnic disparity in criminal justice system in China by looking into three specific questions. First, following the literature, we try to quantify the disparity by estimating the difference in sentence outcomes between minority and majority criminal in otherwise very similar cases, conditional on an extensive set of covariates. Second, we try to pin down the underlying political factors that drive the disparity by exploiting regional variation in local minority population share and temporal variation generated by Uyghur unrest in a triple different setting. Third, we try to provide insights into reducing sentencing disparity in civil law system by investigating China's staggered rollout sentence guideline reform in 2017. So in today's presentation, I'm going to mainly discuss three sets of empirical results. First, we find that conditional on an extensive set of covariates, ethnic minority defendants receive significantly harsher penalty than the majority, the Chinese Han, in otherwise similar cases. Specifically, these minority defendants receive 6.7 longer imprisonment sentences, and they're 27% and 35% more likely to be sentenced to life imprisonment and death penalty, respectively. In addition, we find that ethnic disparity is larger in those crimes that are closely associated with organized crimes and social unrest. These include drug-related crime, violence crime, and sex crime. And the bias is greater among those minorities who follow distinct religions with foreign origins and strong international connections. For example, those minorities who practice Christianity and Islam. And we find that the disparity is more pronounced in ethnic groups that have conflict history with the Han majority. We see much harsher penalties were imposed to young male minority defendants in regions with high minority population share during the time periods of Uyghur unrest. So all of these results consistently suggest that China's criminal justice system is politically motivated to punish perceived threats for social order. And third, by exploiting the staggered law of sentencing guideline reform in a difference in different setting, we find that the reform significantly reduced ethnic disparity in targeted crimes and penalties, suggesting that limiting judges' discretion can reduce unwarranted disparity in case resolution in the civil law system. So in the remainder of today's talk, I'm going to first explain to you some institutional backgrounds and data construction, and then I'm going to mainly talk about the three sets of empirical results, and finally I will conclude. So very quickly to give you an overview on China's judicial system. So in China, we have 4 layers of courts. At the top, we have the Supreme People's Court, and then Provincial High Court, and then Prefectural Intermediate Court. And at the bottom, we have county level basic court. So when you have a criminal cases, the first trial will typically happen in the courts where the crime actually was committed. And most of the first hearing happen at the lowest county basic level court. And for some very serious crimes, for example, homicide cases, the first hearing could already happen at the prefectural intermediate court. And after the first instance, both defendants and prosecutors have only one chance to appeal the decision, and that appeal will be handled by the corresponding next upper tier courts. One of the most important features in China's judicial system is that China mostly follow the civil law tradition. So there is no jury, nor is there any legally binding precedents. So all the important decisions are made by the local judges. They're responsible for establishing key facts about the case. They're responsible for applying appropriate law codes to the case. They are responsible for the final ruling and sentencing, so on and so forth. So the quality of the judicial decision hinges almost entirely on these judges. So who are these judges? So in China, most of the judges attain their law degree in early 20s, and then they need to pass the civil service exam, and then they will work in a court as judge assistant for 3 to 5 years. And then they need to pass 2 additional exams. These are National Judicial Exam and Judge Quota Exam. Finally, most of them will become judges in their early 30s. So these judges are appointed and approved by the corresponding level of government. Their salary and promotion decisions are fully controlled by the corresponding level of governments. In addition, we see that over 85% of the judges are actually members of the Communist Party of China. In particular, the president of the court must be a CCP member. So in summary, these institutional features make the judges in China very powerful, as they are responsible for making all the important decisions solely. On the other hand, they could be heavily influenced by the government and the Communist Party. So to give you a little bit background on China's ethnic groups, Han is the majority group, which accounts for around 92% of the population, and we have 55 ethnic minority groups in total, accounts for around 8.5% of the total population. The most well-known minorities include Uyghur, Tibetan, Hui, Mongolia, Zhuang, and Manchu. Most of these minorities reside in underdeveloped areas such as northeast, southwest, and southeast part of China. Uyghurs are here, as you can see from this map, the Uyghurs are concentrated in Xinjiang province, which is highlighted in the red color in this map. And many of these minority groups have very different cultural, religion, languages. So let's talk about the data that we use in this paper. We collected the universe of criminal court decisions in China between 2014 and 2021 from a website called China Judgment Online, which is an official website run by the Supreme People's Court of China. So among these 11 million court files, we see 7.6 million of them are actually first instance cases, which is going to be the main focus of this paper. The reason why we only focus on first instance is that among those 500,000 appeal cases, only less than 5 of them actually make changes to their first instance sentences. So here you can see an example of criminal judgment file in China. It typically contains 3 sections. The first part is about defendant's personal background. You can see the name, age, gender, ethnicity, education, occupation, hometown, etc. And the second part is about crime details. This specific case is a drug trafficking crime. You can see the crime history, crime time, type of drug, the quantity, and the last part of the judgment file is about ruling and sentencing. So to convert millions of these unstructured text file like the example I show you into metrics, we develop a novel text cleaning algorithm using natural language processing to extract 3 sets of variables following the structure of the judgment file. First, we extract defendant's characteristics, and then we extract all the sentencing factors mentioned in the criminal law. For example, for each case, we know the crime type. In total, we identify over 480 categories in our data set. We also see the crime severity level, crime history of the defendant, and also a series of crime-specific factors. For example, in drug trafficking crime, we know the type of the drug and the quantity, whether we see any violent resistance during the arrest or not, so on and so forth. And
can I have a clarifying question? Are these the cases only those that arrive to the Supreme Court?
No, all the levels, like here, all levels, because they must publicize their verdicts on this website.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and finally, we extract the ruling and sentencing. So we have the court name, judges, prosecution charges, sentencing recommendation proposed by prosecutors, and final sentence given by the judges. So with all the data ready, let's first start with the question whether as the minority receive harsher or criminal sentence in China. So here we plot the time chain for 3 outcome variables: sentence length, death penalty, and life imprisonment using the raw data. And the red line is for the minority group, while the blue one is for the high majority. And 2 notable patterns show up here. First, very consistently across all 3 outcome variables, you see red lines are always above the blue one, which kind of suggests that minority criminals, on average, they receive harsher penalty than high criminals. However, this doesn't tell you the full story, because this pattern could be driven by the reason that minority commits more serious crime. And second notable pattern is that you can see these 2 lines converge very quickly, especially after 2017, which is the year when sentencing guideline reform actually started. But this is just descriptive, and we don't want to take it too seriously. We will explore these variations more carefully in later sessions. And here, this table reports the summary statistics for our main variables. You can see that minority defendants tend to be younger, less educated, and less likely to have a high pay job. And these minority and majority defendants are quite similar in terms of their crime severity level and crime history. But if you look at their final sentence, you can see huge gaps here. Like minority getting much harsher penalty than the majority had. Specifically, if you look at the sentence length, minority on average receives 3 months longer imprisonment sentence. And if you look at the more serious sentence, for example, life imprisonment and death penalty, minority is almost double the probability of getting these two sentences. And then to examine this question more rigorously, here we show the selection on observable estimation results. Here, panel A shows the results for sentence length, panel B for life imprisonment, and panel C for the death penalty. So from column 1 to column 6, we gradually add more covariates as controls. So a few patterns shows up here in this table. In column 1, we didn't control anything, so this is just mean comparison between the minority and the majority. You see these huge unconditional gaps across 3 outcomes. Sorry?
I need to put my phone on charge. I need to go.
Is there a question?
I don't think that's not on our side.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I will keep going. So in column 1, so we didn't control anything. It's just mean comparison between the minority and majority. You see huge unconditional gaps across these three outcomes. In column 2, well, we add crime fixed fact and case characteristics, which basically include all the relevant sentencing factor that mentioned in the criminal law in China. Surprisingly, the point estimates doesn't shrink that much, which kind of suggests that those huge unconditional gap is probably not driven by the reason that minority commit different or more serious crime than the high majority. In column 3, we add defendant's personal characteristics and time fixed effect, and the point estimates still doesn't move that much. Interestingly, in column 4 and 5, where we add geographical fixed effects such as province and core fixed effects, you see this huge dramatic shrink in point estimates. The magnitude is around 30 to 40%, which implies that the variation in course leniency across space actually play an important role in explaining the huge unconditional sentence gap. And in column 6, in addition to all observables, we further control for a very demanding judged fixed effect, the point estimates remain positive and sizable. We see minority receive 6.7% longer imprisonment sentence, and 27% and 35% more likely to receive life imprisonment and death penalty. And then we try to pin down the underlying political factors that could drive our baseline results by looking at who is being discriminated against more under what circumstances. So what we do is that we first divided minority into 3 groups by religions: Christianity, Islam, and others. Here others include Taoism and Buddhism. Christianity and Islam are both from foreign countries, and they both have their own spiritual leaders that can potentially challenge Communist Party's ideological and political authority. And the result shows that both Christianity and Muslim minority defendants receive significantly harsher penalty compared to minority that practice other religions. And the gap is especially salient in those more serious crimes, for example, life imprisonment and death penalty. And then we categorize ethnic groups into 2 groups by looking at whether the ethnic group has significant conflict with the high majority in their history or not. What we find is that those minorities with a history of conflict against Han actually receive much harsher penalty than other minorities. And then we look at how contemporary conflicts between minority and Chinese government could affect the disparity by exploiting geographic variation in minority population share and temporal variation generated by Uyghur unrest in a triple different setting. So here the intuition is that whenever there is a Uyghur unrest in Xinjiang province, local government in other regions will also worry about potential spillover. And this will incentivize those local governments to tighten their control over minority population. And that could further translate into harsher penalty for minority criminals. And this effect could be more salient in those regions with higher ethnic minority population share, and especially among those young male minorities. And that's exactly what we find here. For example, here in column 1 to 4, we focus on the sentence length. Here you can see the triple difference estimator is only significant among those male minority defendants. We don't see any significant results for female or older male.
So when you have about 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah, sure. Thank you. And in addition, we also look at heterogeneity across different type of crimes and regions. What we find is that the disparity is more pronounced in those crimes that are closely associated with organized crime and social unrest. And also, we also find greater sentence bias in poor minority-dominated prefectures. So all these results consistently suggest that China's criminal justice system imposed stricter penalty on cases tightly associated with threats against existing authority for social control. And then we look at, we try to provide insights into how to reduce disparity in civil law system by investigating a staggered rollout sentence guideline reform. So the reform rolled out in a staggered fashion in 15 provinces since 2017. It targets at 23 most high frequent crimes. For example, these include dangerous driving, theft, drug trafficking, sex crime, etc. And the initial motivation of this reform is to increase the standardization or consistency of ruling among the majority Han. So even for high majority, there actually exists widespread disparity across judges and court. So let me explain to you how this sentence guideline reform actually work by taking drug trafficking crime as a simple example. So in China's criminal law, both drug type and the quantity are the two key factors in deciding the final penalty. For example, if a criminal is selling 30 kilograms of heroin before the guideline reform, he will fall into this category. In the criminal law, you can see this super wide sentence range. It is up to judges' discretion to give you a linear or more harsh penalty. So this criminal could get anywhere between 7 to 15 years of imprisonment. That's before the reform. However, in the guideline, you see this very detailed sentence guideline rule. If you are selling heroin between 10 to 15 grams, the minimum sentence will be 7 years and the maximum will be 15 years. And for each additional 5 grams beyond 10 grams, you will get additional 1 year. So basically, a criminal selling 30 grams will get exactly 11 years of imprisonment using this formula according to the guideline. So in short, the guideline give very detailed sentence rules to limit judges' discretion. In here, this table shows the difference in different results. In column 1 to 3, we focus on the sentence length. Here you can see from column 1, the reform significantly reduced the pre-reform disparity by around 67%. And from column 2 and 3, you can see that the effect is mainly driven by the reform targeted crime types. And we didn't find any significant results in life imprisonment and death penalty, which is reasonable because these two types of sentence are not the main focus of the guideline reform. And then we conduct event study analysis following some apprehend to account for heterogeneous treatment effect. We failed to find any pre-change. So to quickly conclude, in this paper, utilizing newly digitalized data covering almost universe of court verdicts in China, we find that ethnic minority receive significantly harsher penalties than the majority of the Chinese Han. And this bias against minority could be driven by China's criminal justice system's political motivation to penalize minority for maintaining social order. And finally, we find that the sentencing guideline reform introduced in 2017 reduced unwarranted ethnic disparity. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you.
Wait, Steve mentioned as the discussant. Yeah. You good? Okay. So this is interesting. I very much enjoyed reading. I think it's a draft I've got really. I think it's clearly not a complete paper, and actually some of the presentation covered a couple of the things I'm going to make observations about as well. So it's, as I said, it's interesting. It's a big subject. The setting, of course, is extremely interesting for many reasons. And there's a really heroic, I think, data collection exercise and data mapping exercise and lots of textual analysis going on. It's pretty heroic, the data work that's been done on this paper. Okay, so the title is about, well, it's about, the paper's about ethnic differences in sentencing in China. And the title says evidence from the universe of court verdicts. It's true that the analysis comes from the universe, but it clearly is not the whole universe. And that's something I want to talk about as I go through. We end up with not necessarily using the, even though they've got almost access. Well, actually, oh, not working. In the paper, it's entitled The Almost Universe, which becomes 83% of the entire universe. or the entire Chinese universe. But actually, it comes down quite a lot, which we'll talk about. Is one of the observations I want to make as we go through. So 83% is 12 million. There's about 13.5 million out there as well. And so I will want to talk about that. There's a huge number of judges. You can see from the different structure of the criminal justice system at the different hierarchical levels. They've got 41,000. So if you kind of think about a judge fixed effects design, it's rather a lot more than most judge fixed effects designs actually have, by some considerable distance, I think. A very, very detailed crime tax, 485 of them, detailed sentencing data. So the paper, as Wenwei presented, shows there are ethnic gaps in sentencing. Some they're bigger when there's cases that involve some degree of social unrest. And the sentencing guideline reform that's looked at significantly narrows these ethnic disparities in sentencing. Actually, if you look at that chart that was shown on figure 1, actually they do converge by the end. So there actually seems to be no gap at the end, which is something I'm going to come back to discuss as we kind of go through as well. Okay, so I've got three sets of comments. One's as I say, it's a heroic data collection exercise, which almost by definition means there's going to be some questions and issues that are going to arise with that I'd like to talk about. And of course, the context is China, and the context is a situation where was heavy influence from the government on the criminal justice system. So there are obviously extra issues that arise that we might think about because of that setting that we're looking at as well. So there are a bunch of data issues and questions, but I'm going to comment on the approach taken and indeed the interpretation of some results. And then I've got a few suggestions where we might go to. What I've got here, this version, I don't know if there's a newer version, but the version I've got is a fairly, it's a draft paper, I think. That's that we've got there. Okay, right. So as I said, 13 million cases took place in the years when they've obtained data, and the data is all taken from the internet. This when it became you had to post that this criminal justice had to post all the court cases up on the internet. And so they've done an amazing data exercise. You didn't see it in the presentation, but there's certain things in there saying that actually in practice sometimes there's these batch deletions, and so you get loads of deletions and stuff. So actually, from 2017 onwards, correct me if I'm wrong, Wenwei, but I think you've been scraping them daily.
Yes,
ever since 2017. So they go and get however many per day, because they often get deleted and so on as well. Although it does have some implications, I think, a little bit, perhaps, for the event studies at the end. I'll show figure 1 again, if anybody wants to look at figure 1 on there. Clearly, the number of cases actually goes up a lot over time. I don't know if that's an artifact of the data collection or whether it's really what's happening or not, but we can talk about that. There's more missing data in the early years, which is reflecting some of that. And there's some things, and of course, this might matter for the question about social unrest, and certainly about the magnitudes. That was actually various things that are not collected, including politically sensitive cases. And so I guess some of the politically sensitive cases may well be something to do with issues of social unrest as well. And so I don't know whether that's going to bias the results because of going down to the sample that we look at. There's a couple of other interesting things in there. So the defendants, 7.9% of them were ethnic minorities. I was very surprised that 8.7% of the judges are ethnic minorities as well. So actually there's more judges than there are defendants, which I'm very surprised about. I don't know if that's correct or not, but that's what it says in the paper. But I was really rather surprised about it. In many contexts, we kind of see the structure of the judges is I mean Anna presented our paper about the Irish defendants in the Old Bailey through the 1900s, and there was no Irish judges at all, you know, and they were all English judges and who were making this. So I was really rather surprised by this. There's a daily declaration. There's a whole host of stuff that's done, much of which is well beyond any of my capabilities about the algorithms that are used to extract the data. But it's a really impressive data collection process. Okay, the approach. So I've got some issues about what's going on. So it really is just a bog standard to start with, just a pretty much bog standard selection of observables approach. And it is true, but as you go across that table, especially when you put the judge and court fixed effects in there, that the coefficients keep on coming down, which just sort of does always beg the question about what if the observables are positively correlated with the unobservables, about how much more we might be going down. There was a bit of a matching exercise, which I didn't think was very satisfactory, really, in the paper to get over that. But you know, but that does sort of not does sort of take some. Doesn't really take it down much more when they do that. It does lead me to think that probably the last part about the sentencing guideline changes is actually probably the most persuasive causal evidence that we might have in here as well. There's some statements about the way in which the social conflict operates in there. And actually, it's mostly areas in prefectures in the northwest. This isn't anything about the crimes or the defendants themselves. It's actually an area interaction that's being used to get the heterogeneity to show there was bigger effects where there's some degree of social unrest, which may be good, but it may be a little bit limited as well. And then I was kind of very interested in the sentencing guideline reform stuff that occurs in 2017. I'm a little bit worried about the data pre-2017 having missing observations, or far fewer observations. In fact, if you look at the chart here, you can see this is the number of cases, and you can see that there's a lot less in the earlier years than there is later on. If it's genuine, that's fine, but I might worry about the selection back here as well on that. I'm finishing this, right, Joe? So I'd like to reconcile that with the downward trend that we see in the figure as well, because indeed it does converge. I mean, basically the estimates are showing that the sentencing, if you just do the before and after in the staggered research design, this is okay now. Methods. I saw it with some Abraham. It's not. I couldn't find any reference to any of the staggered stuff in the version of the paper I've got, but it's some Abraham estimates that they're doing. But it actually the before and after shows a step change down, but actually they converge by the end, which is a really striking result if that's true. But the whole of the ethnic disparities are wound down by the end with the sentencing guideline reform. A few suggestions, and I'll stop really quick. It only looks at they only look at first instance cases. I thought there could be quite a lot of good information by looking at multiple cases, because at least you can take out person fixed effects, and you can perhaps look at conviction histories as well. And that may be interesting, I think, as an extra dimension of the ethnic disparities that might be there. If the thing is right about the judges, if it's right, you've got pretty much the same kind of proportion of judges and defendants. I think looking at common ethnicities might be very interesting here, and to see how that might occur, and see whether that ameliorates if you get married, or if it's common or indeed uncommon, whether that would do it. And I think that would be really neat. They've got a huge sample sizes here, so they can do it. It would be really neat things. That would be an extremely novel piece of work in this area as well, which would be really good, I think. They've got 480 crimes, so you can go into look at real detail. So you can probably, my question about when you go down from the 13 million to end up with about 4 million. Are you losing many of the social unrest kind of things? I'm sure it'll be better for some crimes than for others. And so really focusing in on them, even at the individual crime level amongst the 485 or whatever would be great, I think. Okay, we've got the events, so that's good. Okay. So that's really interesting. Thanks.
Thanks, Stephen, for your very insightful comments. All the points are well taken, and I totally agree with you. Like, so for our baseline, it's just conditional disparity. Doesn't mean actually there exists any discrimination. We should definitely interpret the results very carefully. The strongest results we have probably the triple difference and the sentencing guideline reforms difference in different results. We have a very hard time to like how to balance these two things, but we first want to give the readers a big picture about their like the disparity between these two, and then we want to like look at their underlying forces. And then on the data, data is quite so we are planning to like for the mixing data, we are talking to the Supreme People's Court of China. They may allow us to access their full data set they have. Like I'm going to on my fieldwork next week to China to talk to those judges and see whether we can get final access to the data. So if we have the data, we can do a lot of things you suggest, like to check whether there's any selection going on. Yeah, and yeah, that's basically my response. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, very good. So we're going to take questions now. And I think what we'll do is we'll just take questions from the floor. And if any of the questions are hard for you to hear, let me know and I will reiterate them. Okay, because people are at different distances from the microphone. We only have one microphone, unfortunately. Okay, so let's do that. Let's look some questions.
Do you have a case ID, and can you eventually identify individuals, pairs or groups of people in which you have like hands and minorities who are sentenced together and eventually with the disparities for the same case and within the
yeah, exactly. That's what we're trying to explore. Like in the same criminal cases, you see both Han majority and ethnic minority being defendants. There you can see whether you see any disparities in those cases. Yeah, that's on our to-do list, but we need to clean the data. Yeah.
Wenwei, do you have information on judges? On lawyers, and do they play an important role in the criminal justice system in China? And if so, is it possible that ethnic minorities are less capable of defending themselves in court?
Sorry, you are saying lawyer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have the name of the lawyer and the affiliated law firms. Yeah, but we don't have good mirrors on their capability, this kind of things. Yeah, we don't have, we only have the name. Yeah, I'm afraid we can't do much about that. Yeah.
Lawyer fixed offense.
Sorry.
No. So I wonder if a channel is that ethnic minorities cannot afford as good lawyers as citizens of China, and at least in part that may affect the sort of penalty that you document. If you don't know the ability of the lawyers, you could at least control for lawyer fixed effects and see what happens to your estimated coefficients.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you are right. Yeah, totally agree. Thank you. Thanks for the suggestion.
That'd be interesting. Okay, so I had a question, and that is, it seems like you have enough data that you could actually model or at least analyze how it is that judges respond to the sentencing reforms, right? Because you'd be able to sort of pick up, basically you'd be able to condition on the type of the case and estimate sort of a mean sentence like some dimension of sentencing for each judge prior to the reform, and then you could estimate that same measure based on the post-reform data. I'm assuming you have enough data, which you could tell me otherwise. And that would give you information about which judges were the ones who moved the most, and then you could sort of analyze characteristics of the judges that predict compliance as well as predict the reduction in the ethnic discrepancy that you see. It seems like that would be an interesting dimension of this.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's a super great suggestion. Yeah, we definitely will look at that. Yeah.
Pardon?
I have a second one. It seems that you have like the sentence proposed by the prosecutor, which I think is relatively rare. And can you measure if part of the effect is driven by the fact that the prosecutor is proposing like a different sentence, or is it entirely because of the judge?
Yeah, definitely. That's actually also on our to-do list. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, that would appear to be the question. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all for your suggestions and comments. Yeah.
All right, so I think we'll move right along. So our next speaker is Alipio Ferreira on satellites and vines using monitoring to target inspection of deforestation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alipio from Southern Massachusetts University, and it's a pleasure to present. I've presented this to environmental audiences, so it's nice to present to the crime crowd. This is a paper about monitoring technologies affecting illegal behavior through its impact on the enforcement agency. Right? So monitoring technologies can help enforcement agency target better its resources to fight crime. Right? And any monitoring enforcement agency is limited in its resources. It cannot tackle all crime, and it has to decide how to allocate its resources to go after offenders, right? And one way to do that is by collecting information, which is costly. So monitoring technologies are a way that holds a lot of potential to improve enforcement by giving cheap information to the enforcement agency. So it holds a lot of potential to fight crime. Now, this may affect the way the enforcement agency behaves, and therefore, to the extent that the enforcement agency has some deterring capacity, it will also hopefully reduce crime, right? So this paper is about this process. Now monitoring devices, even though they hold a lot of potential, it's still an open question to what extent they actually affect criminal behavior. First, because enforcement agencies may not necessarily need that particular technology. Enforcement agents, they collect information through all sorts of ways. They have their experience, intuition. If you've talked to investigators or tax inspectors, they kind of know stuff, even in the absence of sophisticated technologies. And also, there may be some bureaucratic structures that prevent them from using that technology. So it's not clear to what extent the action of the enforcement agency really depends on this information. And also, offenders may benefit from flaws in the technology. Now, every technology will have its flaws, its blind spots, and if the enforcement agency only uses that technology to target inspection, say, offenders may also change their behavior and benefit from that, right? That there is some evidence of that in the case of the US with the EPA, going certain days but not in others, causing firms to emit more, for example. So an impact evaluation of the monitoring device, which is what I do in this paper, will depend on first part, how it affects the behavior of the enforcement agency, and then how the enforcement agency really deters crime. So this is a big paper to get one number. This is the impact of an enforcement monitoring device on an offense incidents, right? So this is what I do. I try to decompose the impact of an information producing device on enforcement probability. What's the probability that you get caught and punished conditional on committing an offense? And then that's a bit more conceptually sophisticated part, how enforcement impacts illegal behavior. And I think this is familiar to all of us and it's being discussed in many papers. that there are several ways in which enforcement affects behavior, criminal behavior. And one of them is what I'm calling here general deterrence effects, and people just call it deterrence. It's just like when you decide to commit a crime, you already take into account the chances that you might be caught. Right, so if you raise that probability, it may also already have a deterrent effect, even though you may decide not to commit a crime and therefore the police has nothing to do with you, right? Another one is, of course, the impact of the actual enforcement experience, which in many applications is called the incapacitation effect. But so I call it here a specific deterrence effect. No, is the effect of the people who got on the people who got the enforcement experience. It's specific to those people. And this may come from incapacitation, may come also from some kind of scare effect, etc. And there could be also some spatial spillovers from enforcement experience. So I studied this question of how technology affects enforcement and therefore crime in the context of illegal deforestation in the Brazilian Amazon in this decade. And this is a very interesting setting to study it, because in the case of Brazilian Amazon deforestation, first, the law is very strict against deforestation, and there is a very prominent monitoring system that gives real-time or quasi-real-time information to the enforcement agency, like deforestation alerts, which the enforcement agency can then use. It was launched in 2004. Unfortunately, for data limitations, they cannot go back all the way to 2004. But I think also it's interesting to look at what's happening like more recently, because this means I'm looking at a period in which this technology was already kind of integrated into the decision-making process of the enforcement agency. It was also very widely known in Brazil by the offenders, potential offenders. It's very publicized. So I'm trying to get like, given what the enforcement agency does, how much of it is due to this particular technology that's been existing for at least 7 years, and how it affects offenses. Now, the nice thing about the setting as well is the data. I have data on the enforcement and its georeference, so it gives you a lot of ways to analyze the data, georeference finds. The offenses themselves are measured very precisely, but once a year only. But with satellite data, you can measure the offenses. And on top of that, you have the real-time deforestation alerts, which are of a somewhat lower resolution. But the nice thing is that we can observe the incidence of offenses separately from the monitoring information, which is kind of unique in this setting. Okay. So what I do is I integrate all this data, I decompose the probability of enforcement, and then I try to estimate separately this general deterrence effect from this specific deterrence effect and put them together to get a full picture of how much this increase or potentially increasing enforcement probability has affected deforestation in Brazil. Okay, so this is the plan to get that one number. Good. Just a quick review, but we'll go over it a lot. So I'll break the Amazon forest into a grid. I'll explain how this is done. But conditional on doing deforestation, which is again illegal for 98% of the cases in the Brazilian Amazon forest, the probability that you get a fine is 13% on average in this period. So it's relatively low, right? It's what it is. Don't want to make any judgments. But that's a probability that people actually get a fine conditional on having deforestation in a particular year. 2 percentage points of this only are caused by this monitoring system. So this is the part they can decompose. For every percentage point increasing the probability of being caught and punished, the reduction in deforestation is this size, 215 square kilometers approximately. And back of the envelope calculation would say that the overall effect of real-time monitoring this period was a reduction in deforestation by 6% every year. So this is approximately how I do this, and I'll go into detail how I work out the data and the identification. Good. So this is briefly the literature that I'm contributing to. Of course, there's a literature on how monitoring technologies affect criminal behavior, in the environmental setting, but also in urban crime, tax compliance. Lots of people in tax compliance, so we can when the tax authority gets automatic third-party data, they can automatically see who is committing a crime, or at least get a good proxies for, and this may itself prevent evasion, right? So there's a growing literature on inspection selection, trying to understand bureaucrat behavior. How do the enforcement agencies behave when they get new information or they get new incentive structure? And is it good to have discretion? Is it better to automate stuff? So this is still like a kind of an open question, that's being investigated. And here I'm also trying to understand how they behave descriptively, but still trying to understand how the enforcement agency behaves. And finally, of course, this is a environmental paper, and in of itself, it's an important question for the reasons that the Amazon forest, is the largest rainforest in the world, deforestation is a source of greenhouse gases, etc. Good. So let me talk a little bit about the context and data, and you can jump in with questions if you want. So deforestation actually in Brazil is kind of a good story because it was very high in the 90s. It started really in the 70s. And then it got up in the 90s and the early 2000s, especially driven by expansion of soy fields and pastures. It exploded in the early 2000s. And then the government decided to do something about it. There were this big plans, the PPC Dam 1, PPC Dam 2. PPC Dam 1 was this multi-ministerial project that says, well, let's crack down on deforestation. And one of the things they did, they said, let's invest in a monitoring tool to help the enforcement agency. Right? Good. In 2008, there was another change in policy. They raised the level of fines, etc. Since then, not much has happened in terms of legislation. It's important to note. Okay, so there has been some shifts in enforcement resources that were dedicated. So some governments were more or less in favor of giving resources to enforcement, but this period that I'm analyzing was a period of relative stability in terms of the regulatory framework. Yeah, it also is a period in which deforestation started picking up again, and it has continued to do so the last couple of years. So deforestation, as I already mentioned, the driver is agriculture. Okay, mining, logging, yes, but these are tiny. Okay, they do good for photo ops and pictures, but in terms of the areas, this is what's driving deforestation. It's expansion of pastures and soil. Okay, in Brazil, the law is very strict against it, and also the states of the Amazon forest, they are kind of low state capacity, so most of the enforcement is done at the federal level, and the enforcement is essentially presidential. Also because many of the regions with deforestation, they have a very shady land tenure. They don't really know just from looking at the satellite who is responsible for that. You need to go there, and then they fine the individual who is caught or who is responsible for that deforestation. If they can, they seize the equipment that is being used in deforestation. And if it's possible, they also embargo that area. So they put it in a public license and nobody can purchase anything coming from this farm or from this area. Okay, so this is the enforcement experience. And it's important to think very broadly about enforcement in this context because it's not that they really pay the fine. Okay, the fine is kind of a nominal number that gets contested and people don't pay. There's a lot of delinquency, but the enforcement experience might be an unpleasant thing to live through. Okay, not necessarily because they have to pay a fine, but because there's a whole lot of things going on in the enforcement instance. Now, yes.
Why is it so hard to enforce? They're cutting down the forest. Agriculture. It takes a year for them to grow. Like, how hard can it be to punish someone who's stuck on a field?
Well,
waiting for the point of the whole. It's quite a strange.
Right, could be, but part of it, I think, is limited liability. So people who are being punished may not have the resources necessarily. It's mostly for cattle. Okay, nowadays it's mostly cattle. 80% of deforestation is for cattle and pasture. So it could also be deficiencies in the administrative process. There are possibilities of appeal. So it's a good question, actually, that I intend to look into with more detail. But in practice, the actual rate of payments of this fine is typically very low. So in terms of satellite-based imagery, they are not done by the enforcement agency themselves. It's done by a spatial institute in Brazil that uses no publicly available satellite imagery like Landsat, MODIS, things that satellites that are out there, and they will interpret it and produce a product that can be used. So one of them is the measurement of satellite, measure at the 30-meter resolution with Landsat data, and this is done once a year. Now it's similar to the Hansen data, but they do their own thing. Okay, and the other one is the deforestation monitoring process, which is done every day. They will send a report to the enforcement agency, but then with the lower resolution satellite imagery. So it fails to detect some stuff. And yeah, and you will see some of the deficiencies of this system. So this is a very simple picture of what this process looks like. Sending images to IBAMA, which is the enforcement agency. They will behave the way they will behave. Let's see to what extent they actually respond to this, and then the enforcement action also impacts offenses, and we'll try to estimate that. Right. Some pictures about the data. So this is a picture of the measurement system that comes once a year. This is a part of the state of Pará in the Amazon forest. Green is forest, primary forest, I note. So that's also a distinction. We are looking at primary forest deforestation, not secondary forest deforestation. Okay, but this is all primary forest. Gray stuff that has been deforested in the past, and the black dots are the stuff that what they call incremental deforestation, what was deforested from 15 to 16. Okay, so there's a picture of this, like for the whole Amazon forest. I just break it into 260,000 4 kilometer by 4 kilometer grids, and that will be my unit of analysis essentially throughout the. On top of this measurement system, there are the monitoring alerts, which maybe the color is not great, but no, there's some yellow stuff here. So these are the monitoring alerts that the enforcement agency could see during the year, before the actual measurement took place. So this is the stuff they would get pretty much every day, as they were working and deciding where to go. And the monitoring system misses some parts, but it actually gets to a lot. Particularly, it's very good at capturing larger areas of deforestation, which makes sense. And then we have also bad color, but we have the dots where the fines took place. All right, you can observe where the IBAMA actually fined someone. Notice that I observe fines. I don't observe enforcement per se. No, that could be that they go to places where there's no deforestation, they don't fine them. But since I want to get to enforcement action, I want to have a way to interpret fine variation as enforcement variation. And I can do that because luckily I have a pretty good or almost perfect measure of offense behavior. So essentially I focus on areas that have offense, that have crime, and my sample will be areas that have some deforestation. Some areas got a fine, some areas did not get a fine. I will interpret this variation conditional on having the crime as variation in enforcement action, okay? So that I do not need to worry in areas that have nothing, they have neither deforestation nor fines. I don't really know what was going on there. But at least in areas that I know there was some deforestation, these areas were eligible for a fine. So if IBAMA didn't go there, I interpret this, if IBAMA didn't fine anyone there, I interpret that IBAMA did not go there, okay? So this is essentially, so by doing this restriction, I get a sample of about 70,000 observations that had some positive deforestation at some point. So some positive crime. Also, I collect a rich set of fundamentals, characteristics at the grid level that I use mostly as control variables in the analysis that I explain or heterogeneity, but just for you to have a look. These are geographic fundamentals, land tenure, also distance to the IBAMA office, etc. And for the spatial structure of the inference, we can talk more about that, but I try to take care of that by using big squares, allowing for spatial autocorrelation within squares that are interlaced in 1 degree grids of approximately 100 kilometers. But in the interest of time, maybe we can go a bit of how much time?
Let's see, you have about 7 minutes.
All right, so a bit of conceptual background here. So as I already mentioned, if you increase the probability of punishment, you may decrease crime by the general deterrence, but the experience of crime may also decrease. So using like a very simple, Picarian type of thinking, you can define deforestation as the number of areas that get to have some positive deforestation times the intensive marking, how much they actually do within each square. And at the end, it's particularly important for enforcement, right? Because if you're an enforcement agency, wherever you go, like if it's low deforestation, you find low, but if it's high, you give a big fine. But the end is really what's driving the cost of the enforcement agency. So let's look at these two things separately. But the total deforestation is these two things. So what happens if you increase enforcement probability? So I just do a simple comparative statistics here. So if you increase enforcement by a delta d pi 0, you'll have less areas doing deforestation. And also within each area, you have, they might do less deforestation. This is what the general deterrence effect is, regardless of whether they are caught or not. Now, if you're increasing the probability of inspection, you're also inspecting more intensively in the areas that actually do deforestation. And these people will also change their behavior. So you'll have some additional punished cells and specific deterrents. So in order to answer the question, the impact of the monitoring technology, I need to find objects for all these things. I need to find what is the behavioral response to an increasing probability of punishment, what is the specific deterrence, and what is the increase in the probability of punishment. So these are the objects that I need to estimate, whereas some of the objects I can directly compute from the data. So the whole paper is about how do we get credible estimates for each of these things. The first one is this one. How much does the probability of enforcement actually increase thanks to this technology? And this is essentially a decomposition exercise. As I already mentioned, the probability of being fined for conditional on doing deforestation is 13%. But some areas get an alert, Some areas that have deforestation get an alert, about 40%. Some don't, 60%. Okay? The areas that don't get an alert, they are almost never fined. Okay? The areas that do get an alert, they are fined. But this is not a causal effect. The difference between 22%, but it's not a causal effect. Because it could be that this area got an alert, but IBAMA, they're smart. They would have fined that area regardless of the alert. So we really need to decompose this further and see what's the baseline probability of a penalty in an area that got an alert and versus the ATT. So this is the first part of the paper. So trying to decompose this, and this is essentially done with a staggered definitive strategy, zooming into the year, like at the month level, and seeing like when did the alert take place and when did the fine start to go up. And the assumption here is that no, IBAMA might be able to find deforestation and fine people and punish them, but maybe they would not be able to do it in real time in the absence of this technology. So I'll try to go a bit quick, but this is a staggered definitive design. Essentially, we already know the issues of OLS in the settings. There are many solutions. One that I find particularly intuitive is just to stack the events. There's this famous paper on minimum wage increases that uses this strategy. But the idea of this solutions is just that you have to make sure that the comparison group is always composed of untreated units. That's what OLS fails to do if you don't adopt one of the solutions. So this is more or less the figure that we see. Before this is an area with deforestation, okay? And you see that the probability of a fine kind of spikes and the month of the alert, it peaks in the first month, but it kind of remains high throughout. So my job is to aggregate this increasing probability of alert to do that decomposition. I'll try to, but this is how I got this 2% increase. So it's the part of the probability of punishment that is due to the alert coming from this event set. Second part, so I can make it. That's the hardest part. How do we identify the effect of an increase in the probability of punishments on actual offending behavior? In theory, we can estimate the probability of punishment using the realization of fines, right? You can 1, 0, 1, 0, you can estimate it, but there's obviously an endogeneity problem because enforcement agencies typically put more effort in areas that they know are hotspots. So we need essentially exogenous shifters of enforcement effort that are only increasing the probability of punishment, but are not related to the offender's incentives to commit crime, right? And that's an instrument of variables. And the nice thing is that, as I mentioned in the beginning, enforcement monitoring technologies, they have flaws. They're not perfect, and we can exploit these flaws. And the flaws that I exploit are two. First of all is cloud coverage. If there's a cloud covering a certain area, you cannot see what's going on underneath, okay? And this is something that's essentially protecting the offender for a while. No? And since it's for a while, I use like whether the cloud covered that particular grid for more than half the year. For more than half the year, you were protected, so you could do a lot of deforestation. So this is the first one. It's a flaw of the system that basically only protects the individual that may be committing crime. Another one is detection quality. Even if there's no cloud, sometimes the monitoring system misses the polygons. And this is also something that's completely exogenous to the interests of the offenders. And I measure this detection quality by basically computing detection quality around each cell, excluding the cell itself. Okay, and we can talk a little bit about that, but I'm running a bit out of time, so I'll just show you the results very quickly. So each of these instruments, they work on their own. I provide the figures in the tables on the paper, but including both of them together obviously increases the precision of the results. So these are the four things that I think we're interested in seeing in an IB paper. So the OLS, intuitively, there's a positive correlation between crime and incidence of fines. Good. IBAMA is basically targeting areas that are hotspots. The ITT is the direct effect of the instrument on crime. So detection quality, if the detection quality is higher, you have less deforestation. If you're being covered a lot by clouds, you have more deforestation. Makes sense. This is the first stage, the effect on the fines. And this is the behavioral effect that I'm looking for. Right? How much do people reduce their willingness to commit crime when the probability increases? So this is for the intensive margin, and this is for the extensive margin. Yeah, I'll finish in 30 seconds, if I may. 30 seconds. The last thing I'll not show you, but I'll just quickly mention is the incapacitation effect, or specific deterrence effect. That's essentially another definitive, okay? Just looking at areas that got fined, and in the end, I complete this formula by substituting all these expressions by numbers, and that's how I get this number. Essentially, the increases in probability of fine reduce deforestation mainly through the general deterrence effect. The specific deterrence effect is very strong, but since very few people are getting caught, it doesn't really drive a lot of falling deforestation. It's coming mainly from the general deterrence effect. I have some discussion in the paper about why is it important to have real-time action in deforestation. Essentially, when you have real time, it actually increase a lot of probability that you seize the equipment. And since the implementation of the fines is really low, this could be a very strong deterrent against crime. And that's it. That's the conclusion of my paper. Thank you very much. Sorry.
So the discussant is Tom Kirchmaier.
Probably could have organized myself better. Couldn't we all? It looks like mine. Good. So thank you very much. My title, you will see my first comment in a second about the title. I think it needs to be much more sexy. And you know, the man with the best title sits here. That's you, Steve. You make very good titles. Panic on the Streets of London and others. Good. So just a quick recap. Where are we? So what I like about this paper, and you know, I think this is the backbone of it. You have the full chain of the production, so to speak. You know, you have the data on how do we detect deforestation, complicated word. Then we issue fines, and what comes out on the other end. And I think this makes it really interesting. that you have the full pipe. And this is kind of how we should think about it and kind of think about how we can exploit it a little bit further. And so you essentially rely on two systems. One is PRODIS, which is this kind of annual system, and then you have real-time measures, deter, and both seems to be homegrown Brazilian systems, no? So to put up some satellites. Yeah, yeah, quickly.
So the images come from NASA satellites.
NASA, okay.
But the
Americans put up.
interpretation.
Okay, no, because it's kind of important because there's a bit of political economy implications because there are other systems out there that do this better. So, you know, what we find is actually some really strong results. It matters what we do, and that's great. So 1% increase in the probability of a fine gives you a reduction in deforestation of about 1.9%, which I think is pretty strong actually. So what we do matters and has a real impact. So that gets us those 430 square kilometers, which in Europe would probably be a lot. In Brazil, I don't know, probably less so. And then, you know, the specific returns on the farmer. So for the following 3 years, we save about 0.7 of a square kilometer. Then it's much more likely that actually we observe this deforestation because we can do it mechanically. That's great. You have the number of 3, which I thought was rather low because you would expect this to be much higher given that it's a fully mechanized system now. So, you know, it should be 10 times, 50 times higher. I would have expected it. But also it pays for it in terms of cost benefit. For us, generally, you know, what do I like about this paper? You know, there's this big area of environmental crime, which we as a community of research actually don't touch, but it's really big. So if people are interested, there's a UN agency in Vienna who put together a very long paper on it, lots of pictures like the UN, but it's a very nice overview of what's actually going on. And much of it is actually quite dirty stuff. And I think that there's real value in actually working more on it. And I think satellite data is the way to go because we need to cover large areas. And the only way to do it is from space and fully mechanical. You know, people like to say, we can't really send people around from place to place. And then, you know, deforestation is a problem, global warming, I think we all agree is a problem. So, you know, there's a real need for this type of paper, and this is really good. We have, you know, you succeed in quantifying the effect, and that makes it also politically very acceptable and allows us to kind of go back to the politicians, ask for more money and do other things, of course. And we don't use the satellite data enough. You know, we as global taxpayers spend billions shooting the satellites into space and we get relatively little out of it, other than nice papers on Google Earth and so on. And also, you know, the earlier version of the paper that I read, you know, and this one, you made substantial progress in this whatever half year. So this cloud cover is a really nice instrument. I like it. I bought it. Actually, I tried to do something in the UK with a police force, but we have more than 50% of the year cloud cover.
Manchester, surely.
Manchester, like 90%. That was quite terrible, actually. And then you wonder why you live here on the side note. But that's a different story. So you have the other instrument there, detection quality, which I didn't fully understand. And you really need to actually explain this much more precisely and more intuitively. And that gets me already to what you need to do with this paper, I think. And it's really shorter, sharper, much more concise. And in a way, it feels a bit like you wrote this paper in 2 stages, the first one and the second one, and the 2 don't really talk to each other that well. So it needs a bit of a proper spring clean. But I think it completely has the potential of coming together nicely if you do something about it. And in fact, you might actually want to think about making 2 out of it, because it's kind of this classical production process. You throw ever more stuff into the paper, and eventually, you know, it becomes so big and heavy that you think, actually, I have only 5 minutes. It might actually make one on deforestation, fines, monitoring, and the other one is actually on implications, long-term policy. And it might make it actually easier to publish. There was one reference missing, and I leave the pronunciation to you because they're all Brazilians and I'm sure make a mess of it. But it was really good. And it's kind of in a similar area, but finds different results, and you need to kind of talk to that paper and discuss it a little bit, because any referee will read that paper too. And they have a slightly different method, and you need to defend yourself why you go that way. And then in terms of fines, I think you need to again be much more precise. So per farmer, you have the issue of multiple fines, one or more, and you don't address this enough, I think, in your method. Plus, you have different types of fines. You have fines, and you have embargoes, seizures, and so on, and a combination of all of it. So, you know, it's not just fine, it's not a dummy variable. And I would tweet something out of it. And then the issue of spillovers, you know, obviously I went to the Alps, not just the Essex ones, in my earlier life. And what you find when you actually go into the Austrian or Swiss Alps, and you know, I'm a bit older, there was pre-mobile phone when I was there, you know, these valleys, the farmers know each other. And they kind of could talk to each other, although there were literally 3 valleys down and half a day walk away. So there's a lot of communication going on. And I just don't believe that the farmer next door is the same as further away. You say you look into it, but I would look again. Or if you defend it, you need to be much harder in defending it. So I didn't fully buy that. Then at one point you say the tear has a low resolution problem, and this is where you need to kind of, you know, you kind of challenge yourself in this paper. Is it low resolution, or is it in certain areas low resolution, and so on? And the other thing is then you have blind spots in the system. And given that it's highly publicized, as you say yourself, you know, the farmers know that there's a blind spot. They might quite brutally exploit this. And then you need to be actually more precise about how big that is. And that allows you actually, and there are other satellite systems, to see what's going on in these areas. Are these blind spots actually fully deforested? Quite possible, actually. But that would make it interesting. Also, the system improves over time, and this is the problem with satellites in general. They really get better with each generation, and they don't talk to each other that well over time. So that leads me to, you know, the European. So the US has a much, or the US system, NASA, the resolution is much wider than the Europeans. So the Americans run on 1 degree and the Europeans run on 300 by 300 meters. And so, for example, if you have ESA land cover, you have every 10 days a very precise measure of each of the 300-meter blocks. And it's publicly available if you need it. Actually, Ricky has it on the server. You know, so this gives, so there are 2 questions. This gives you an opportunity to check what is actually going on, you know, in these blind spots, for example, because ESA doesn't have these blind spots. But also it begs the question, why are the Brazilians not using a better system? And that's a couple of minor points. You start in 2011, but then it starts much earlier. What was it, 2004? And so I thought, why are we throwing away this data? And you were a bit kind of, again, also in the presentation, not very precise. You know, why are we not using this data? Can't we tease something out? And for example, just like, did something change with the introduction of the system? Then, you know, you had a very nice and high from president, similar to the Trump one. So, you know, what was the effect here? And what's about corruption? You know, you kind of allude to it, but I think we need to be much more to the point. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want like 1 minute to respond?
Sure. Well, first, thank you, Tom. These are some points. Yeah, I will not take too long because I think there are some things I just need to address. Maybe some easy clarification. You know, about Bolsonaro, let's start from the end. Actually, it's how I got to this paper in the first place. No, it's a history of the research, because the deforestation started going up and people were wondering like what's going on, is Bolsonaro doing something? And I said, like, let's see what enforcement really matters for deforestation, because the law didn't really change, but what we see is that the resources available to the enforcement agency were quite severely reduced over time. So it naturally begs the question, like, how important is enforcement really? Now, the quality, so that's how I got to this. So I would say that this paper says there was a Bolsonaro effect through the reduction in resources to the enforcement agency. So this is a bit how I look at it. Now, in terms of the quality of the system, yeah, maybe I've been unnecessarily negative in the paper. I don't think it's bad, but it's just lower than the measurement system. So it misses some stuff, and it does get better over time. Yeah, but I think you should think about all topics you raise. So thank you very much. Maybe we can go for questions right away.
Sure, questions.
Thank you. So instead, maybe of using the cloud power as an instrument, which potentially might be endogenous to local conditions, maybe. What about smoke from wildfires obscuring them, which would be more exogenous? Although I don't know if there's enough variation in terms of wildfires in animals.
No, it's a great question. They're not really natural fires in the Amazon. It's true that smokes could obscure the visibility of satellites, but smokes in the Amazon forest, the wildfires in the Amazon forest come from the process of deforestation itself. So they wouldn't be a valid instrument in this sense. Now, I agree that clouds themselves are, we need to read it with a pinch of salt. I use a lot of controls precisely because some areas that have, normally are more cloudy, they could be also correlated with soil suitability and things like this. So I would claim exogeneity conditional on taking care of things that might make deforestation desirable and could be correlated with clouds. But except for that, I think the clouds are pretty good. Maybe I need to explain better the other one. The other one is a bit more elaborate indeed, but it's stronger. So there's a trade-off there, but it's the detection probability. Yeah.
You need to be much more precise in explaining it.
Right. Yeah.
So it was just how to get the head around what exactly are you doing there.
Correct. No.
I wonder why you just use the Amazon forest, because droughts and the terrace, they are for the whole legal Amazon, and inside the legal Amazon you have like 3 different types of forests. The Amazon Cerrado now, we know that the terrain works well for the Amazon, not so well for the Cerrado. Then they lynched like another project just for Cerrado. So I wonder, like, you could try to use those boundaries between the different type of forests as kind of like a treatment and counter view to actually see like what is the effect of the quality of the monitoring in deforestation, give you that you have like in the same region, a region that the monitoring is not so good because of the type of forest.
Yeah. So I think the answer to your question was already given in your question. There are 2 different types of biomes that indeed are monitored, but they are not given the same importance. There is a lot of more importance given to the Amazon biome for good reason. It is the biome that's more rich in biodiversity. It's the biome that gets more attention internationally. Lots of other policies are tied specifically to the Amazon biome. So I'd say it's possible. And some people have actually used this boundary between Cerrado and Amazon forest, but I would be estimating something else. That's all I want to say. I wanted to see really, in the Amazon forest, we have a policy priority. We want to curb deforestation here, and we use this technology. How much is this helping? So that's why I focus on this particular biome.
A similar comment on the border with other countries. Where there might be information about deforestation.
Yeah.
There might be displacement because of this policy from Brazil to other countries. So you will be estimating something different again, but only like,
yeah. Again, I think I would be. It is interesting, and there is a paper about that by Robin Burgess and Francisco Costa. They tried to look at border with other countries and see what happened to the deforestation in Brazil and outside of Brazil after 2004 when they started cracking down, and then they see that Brazil but these areas, it's important to note, are relatively empty of people. the borders of the Amazon, and there's very little deforestation overall there. But I guess the main reason is really that I wanted to get a policy evaluation that could aggregate to the whole Amazon forest, and I don't think like a late estimated at the border would give me a credible estimate for that.
Well, it's true, but maybe this, for instance, this could have displaced deforestation to other countries.
Could,
So if you
yeah.
think about the whole Amazon,
It could, yeah.
the net effect might not be.
It could be. I don't think it did. I think the other countries deforest far less than Brazil. But it could be. I don't want to dismiss it. I haven't looked into it. No.
But coca crops in Colombia.
No, yeah, they do it, but yes.
I'm just curious if you could say a bit more about I guess, how severe this punishment is in terms of how often are the fines paid? What happens if you don't pay the fine?
Great. Yeah, it connects also to one of Tom's question. Indeed, in the paper, I tried to simplify stuff, and I use a binary variable. Like there was a fine. I don't care about the value. I don't care about things because I'm not sure how much people actually paid. So that's why I interpret everything as an enforcement action, and that's the average effect of the enforcement action. All right. Now the fines are very seldom paid. Less than 10% of them are paid effectively. You know, so I think something that hurts is when they get their equipment apprehended. That hurts, and I can see that in the data, and I see that when the fines they follow the satellite, they're more likely to catch them while they are doing it. So they basically take their tractors away, their motor saws away. Sometimes they burn it down on spot because they cannot take it to the city, so they just burn it. So all these things are obviously very painful to them. So that's, I think, one of the reasons why this system is deemed important is because it allows the enforcement agency to inflict pain on the offenders, whereas fines don't do that so much. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the implication, like, I guess one concern would be they take this and be like, okay, let's just fine a bunch of people more because it's easier or costless to, you know, but without like going that extra step that's more costly in terms of burning equipment or apprehending equipment. So I'm just curious as to how much of this benefit that you're seeing in the responsiveness is due to those more severe.
It could be, yeah. I believe you're right.
Yeah.
So to the extent that I'm estimating behavioral effects that come from compliers, and the compliers here are the fines that happen because of this real-time information, it's more likely that these compliers are getting the equipment away, and that's why I get strong behavioral effects. Right. So maybe an implication is that maybe Obama should only be doing this, should only be catching people immediately. That's not what they do. No, they do it a lot, but not. They do other things as well. Yeah.
So I was wondering if you could resolve something. So that Tom raised, and that got my attention. About 10 years ago, for either free or very cheap, you could get NASA data on a 300-meter pixel. I think it was once a day.
Mm-hmm.
And so you mentioned that you had 30-meter resolution once a year,
mm-hmm.
and something bigger. And Tom says European data, European satellites will give you 100-meter pixels.
You get 10 by 10 data for free in Europe.
And so this raises the question: why isn't Brazil using better imagery?
Well, it is. Well, again, let me step back a little bit. The Sentinel satellite, it's launched by the European Union, this 10-meter resolution. It was launched in 2015, okay? So This is already in the middle of my data. Brazil is improving. So in 2018, they started using better resolution data for the monitoring system as well. So they're getting better at it. But when they started, at least in the most of my sample, they were still using a low resolution satellite that was based on MODIS sensors, and that was 250-meter resolution. Satellite world is rapidly evolving. Exactly. They are following it. But the reason why I use this data is that this system was explicitly designed to support the enforcement agency. Yeah, there are other systems out there, but they were using this one. So I'm naturally inclined to look at how they were interacting with one another. But yeah.
Okay, very good. Other questions? All right, so we have a break. We're supposed to have a 20-minute break ending at 3:10. Why don't we end it at 3:05, preserving the 20 minutes and speeding things up 5 minutes? Do we hear objections? No objections being heard? Go be it. Okay, ladies, gentlemen.
Are we going to aim to finish it?
Or like just a little bit, like we're plotting.
We've actually got more minutes here, but then you have a ton of minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are still here, we're very happy. Okay, so one announcement and one request. So next year, the 6th version of this conference will be in Chicago, and it will be May 8th and 9th. And the call will go out around the holidays, as it usually does, but you can tell all your friends now, they'll be the first to know. Got a cool factor in that. So here's the other thing. We used to announce this on Twitter. Twitter is this largely dead thing now. And I would be I'd be very keen to know what you have substituted for Twitter. Or if you're X. That thing is dying too. So I have no idea what people migrated to. If you would tell me, that would be really helpful.
What's about Blue Sky? What's meant about
Blue Sky, Mastodon. There's a few. Anyway, that's a request for information. So like you can tell me, you could send me email, whatever. But anyway, we're gonna get started now. TikTok, yeah. We're gonna have Brian do our TikTok. I'm sure Rogan's will be on TikTok.
I'm not.
Give me two. I think they're coming. Give me 2 seconds.
You can catch me on Facebook Live.
Yeah. Okay, so Robin Rivera is going to talk about officer heterogeneity.
Yeah. I'm full screen.
Control.
L. Real technology. Oh, okay. Cool. All right.
You're not sharing
good screen. I'm not sharing screen.
Is there anything on
I was saying that? That's okay. Yes. All right. So.
My personal opinion or official opinion?
No, they've been asleep. It's fine. Yeah. Okay, cool. Anyways, so this paper is called Officer Heterogeneity right now. It's a really bad title. So if you have like a suggestion, once I'm done with this, like in 100% serious, please let me know. The very broad motivation for this is that we've been thinking about a lot in recent years about how to improve policing. I think it's probably uncontroversial for me to say that policing should minimize the cost of crime as a function of policing, plus the cost of policing itself. And the core of the econ of crime literature with relevance to policing has all been about this crime as a function of policing function, right? That is like the core of econ of crime with respect to policing. However, in very recent years, we started to think a lot more about the costs associated with police activity with respect to misconduct and use of force, but also with respect to things like stops and just arrests and prosecutions themselves. And even more recently, we've gotten a lot of new research and focus in policy, how to shift individual officers in terms of what they do when they work, and how the costs of individual actions can be changed, either through training, most notably recently is the Dubé paper, talking about how to kind of reduce use of force and unnecessary arrests among officers, as well as kind of targeting the demographic groups, which make fewer arrests, make fewer stops, use less force, etc. However, there's been little consideration of how policing at the officer level and differences across that in terms of different police officers actually influences the crime part of policing. And this presentation, at least, is going to be about whether or not there's a trade-off with respect to the policing aspect of policing and the crime aspect. So how important is cross-officer variation when it comes to things like making arrests, use of force, misconduct, and crime prevention? How do these different dimensions correlate? So for example, when we select or train officers for lower misconduct, are they less productive? Do they make fewer arrests? Do they allow for more crime? Or is it all just social savings and we should really just teach officers how to use less force and we're not really losing anything there in terms of productivity?
The plan is to first measure the influence of individual officers on every single officer level activity that we generally study: stops, arrests, use of force, and misconduct, which can be captured by theta I. Then measure the influence of individual officers on crime itself. So your individual ability to deter crime for whatever reason that might be. And then to connect these two measures and seeing which officers and what patterns of behavior among officers are predictive or are related to their ability to actually reduce crime.
Roman, you need to share your screen.
So if somebody does want me to share the screen, okay. How do I do that? Exit. That's it. Okay.
Click on it. Well, that's it.
There we go. Okay, good.
And then you control a little bit. Thank you. And then can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So when we sort of think about workers elsewhere, we often think about technology as well.
Yeah.
So we think about cost savings or technology. This isn't going to be about that.
No, it's not.
No. Okay.
This is more thinking in like the AKM sense of a worker firm effect. And because these officers are going to be in the same setting during the same time periods, the technology that they have access to is relatively fixed. As are the kind of different incentive structures that they face. We're not thinking about different officers under significantly different regimes. Rather, this is going to be about officer discretion, really. Some officers like to make more stops than others, right? For example, some officers are better at deterring crime for physical features or for whatever reason.
But it's not about skill.
No, this is
mentalities or anything.
no. This is much more like an AKM than it is like a
it's fine, but
skill-based technology. Yeah. Okay, so the setting is, I mean, if you know me, unsurprisingly, the Chicago Police Department. From 2009 to 2019, it was the second largest police department in the US with around 10 to 12,000 officers at any given time. The core data set here is going to be officer shift level data. Around 14,000 officers working around 14 million shifts over these 11 years. This data contains things like whether or not the officer was actually present for duty, when they started and ended their shift, and their exact assignment. So what their role, location, etc. was during that time. I'm going to connect this to basically every officer level outcome that we've studied in the past, and to which crimes occurred, where and when the officer was working. Where, when, and in what.
Question.
Yeah.
So when you have 12,000 people, how many are at any point in time?
On the same what?
You know, so when you say 10 to 12,000 people, like in per shift? Or
within a year, that's how the number of officers that are employed.
And how many are really kind of front line in the end?
Oh, quite a large number of them. This is after pruning the data set for people that are, desk duty, working jail and lockup.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's around 8 to 10,000 people within the actual sample in any given year.
Okay.
Yeah, so quite a few. Obviously, they're not working all the same day, and that variation will come in later.
So you're going to tell us how many people are on duty at a given time typically?
In terms of like within one district, in a specific hour, there are on average 59 officers working.
There's 20-ish districts?
22 to 25, depending on what year. Yeah, so it's roughly that amount.
Good.
So where, when, and in what role an officer is working in a given shift is determined first by their unit, which is a relatively high level. So either you're working in some sort of district, right? That's your job to patrol a specific area. Maybe you're in the training unit, so you're getting some sort of education, or maybe you're like in the narcotics unit or in a gang unit, for example. The watch is what time you're generally going to be working, morning, day, or night. And then your beat assignment is even more specific than your unit. That's going to be something like whether or not you're a beat officer in unit 14 in beat 14. So that means that your job is to answer 911 calls and kind of patrol the area in that specific beat, which is around 1 square mile. I don't know what that is in kilometers. Or you might be a school officer in District 3 and your job is to work at school. You might also be a special missions officer in the narcotics unit, right? These are very granular categories. When you interact them with watches and with units, there are around 36,000 or so unique combinations of these in the data. I'm going to prune that down because a lot of beats are actually very similar to around 2,600. The exact day, unit, and watch that you're gonna be working in on a given day is determined by your stable unit and watch assignment. That's determined at the end of the last year, so you don't have any significant control of that on a day-to-day basis. And then there is a stable rotation, which is based on an operations calendar that all the police officers kind of have to abide by, with some very small exceptions. Generally, officers are gonna work on rotation patterns that are like 4-2, so 4 days on, followed by 2 days off, and then you repeat that again and again and again.
The ones in cars?
The ones who,
In cars, vehicles.
almost, most officers are actually in vehicles.
Oh, so beat assignment will be.
Yeah, you're sitting in a car in the, okay, so this is an example rotation. This is what like kind of the data looks like. Not sure, is this later? Perfect, okay. So as you can see, for this specific officer who was assigned to Unit 14 on Watch 3 in February of 2013, they start this kind of 2-week period with a day off. They work 4 days on in the same exact beat, 1424, followed by 2 days off, 4 days on again, and they work in 2 different units, 1433 and 1414 during this time period, followed by 2 days off, and on and on. They generally start at around 3:30 p.m. and end at a little past midnight, except for one day where they start at 2 o'clock and end at 11. They work 9-hour shifts when they're on. This officer is actually relatively inactive. They only made 1 arrest during this entire period on this specific shift. You can compare this to a different officer, who, as you can see, is much more active. They make 2 arrests over this course of time, and they also make multiple stops, whereas the prior officer did not make any. And this officer starts the rotate of this kind of 2-week period, working 2 days in a row, versus a beat officer. Then it's a bike patrol officer, 2 days off, then 4 days on. Here they're a parked car officer and then a bike patrol officer as well. 2 days off, and then 1 day on, followed by 3 days off, where they should be on, but they're not. What are they doing? They're in training, and then they're on baby furlough days, right? So these deviations from the schedule are relatively rare. I believe it's a day taken off, like a furlough day is like a vacation day essentially, that you bid for in advance, but it's not really relevant for the papers. The point is that unless you believe that they can strategically time things like having children and in days of training to be like, I know that this Saturday on the 16th of February is gonna be a real rough day. Let me bid my entire life around avoiding this one day, which is kind of unlikely. That the avoidance of the day is unlikely to be correlated with kind of underlying crime conditions. So the calendar is actually relatively predictive of what days you actually are going to be working, with a very crude approximation where I just find the first 4 days an officer works within a year and followed by 2 days off. And then I project that forward and backward. I predict during the first few months or so with 80% accuracy the days that the officer actually is and is not working. And by the end of the year, I'm still correctly predicting between like 70 to 75%, whereas a random draw of 4 out of 6 days would put me all the way below 50%. So it's actually something the officers do really abide by. And this is also obviously not considering any of the totally normal reasons they might take off, for example, pre-established vacation days. Okay, first set of kind of econometric strategy is going to be focusing on officer level outcomes. This is going to be styling an officer assignment model in the form of the worker firm AKM models that we're probably familiar with, where the number of arrests or stops or uses of force on a given day is determined by the summation of the officer's individual effect, the effect of their assignment, which is going to be kind of a truncated form of their exact beat, times watch times unit, then some low dimensional controls such as the exact date and an exogenous shock. The calendar ensures that officers are not easily selecting which days they work based on this epsilon. And I'm going to assume no match effects or endogenous mobility. If you're very concerned about that, there's a lot of discussion of it in the paper.
So can you repeat? So what is the assignment effect? That's your beat and your watch?
That is your unit by watch by a beat type. So for example, beat officers, the people who answer 911 calls, within a specific sector have the same beat type within the same unit. So basically, if you're in beat 1411 and 1412, you get the same beat category. But this prevents kind of this incredibly granular amount of detail. I can do a specification where I just keep the exact beat codes, but then just more of them get dropped.
Okay, so it's somewhere between the district and the beat. Is that right?
District by watch by 50 or so different classifications of what an officer could be doing.
Okay.
So it's really random.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes,
Are they do they partners or in pairs?
that's a different paper. Some of them do, some of them don't. But that is.
Are you controlling for that in some way or?
No, but I can just drop anybody who's partnered, but yeah, right now the results are relatively linear in partners. Yeah.
I think from the prior slide, you're using the January schedule, the exogenous scheduling data, not letting them switch between the different rotations or something over time.
So for this, I'm not using the calendar at all. I'm gonna use that at the end. Yeah, we can get that to that at the end. Right now, this is just like assuming that they're not easily selecting.
But the assignment stuff
Is there a true assignment?
It is changing.
Yes, yeah, it's changing data.
It can be adopted.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. No, they can select, so even if like an officer loves to make arrests, they can freely move into an assignment that they. It's more just that they can't sort into it based on a shot that day.
Yeah.
Which matches with their own effect. Yeah. Yes.
Does your dating include day and time?
No, I don't do.
For example, if I live near close to an area where Saturday night, 11 PM, 2 AM in the morning, this is when beat cops go to clean up the drunks.
Yeah.
And they get high levels of responding harm, this sort of stuff. So their arrest rates go up massively if they're scheduled on Saturday night.
Right.
Either in the late shift or in the big shift.
So
it's the afternoon.
I don't control with that, but I could easily just add a kind of time period by date fixed effect. It wouldn't probably shift things too much. Yeah, or just drop downtown. Yeah, that's good. Thanks. Right, so I'm gonna be estimating this kind of separately over 10 different sample periods because obviously a lot of things change over this time period. So each point on the next plot is going to be the effect from individual sample. And I'm gonna bias correct everything using KSS. Does officer heterogeneity matter? The line that everything is around is at one standard deviation of the officer effect relative to the mean. So as you can see, almost everything is around 100% of the mean. So a one standard deviation increase in an officer's stop propensity is around 90% of the mean, or equivalent to about 41 stops over the course of 100 shifts. Traffic stops is about 17 per 100 shifts. Non-index arrests, relatively low level arrests, 10 per 100 shifts. Index arrests at 1.6, and use of force and complaints are actually higher. So officer influence is actually relatively high on these two outcomes, meaning that over the course of 200 shifts or so, an officer with one standard deviation higher propensity to use force will use force one more time than an officer, the average officer. And for complaints, it takes about 300 shifts for them to get an additional complaint relative to the average officer. The average complaints in a year is like a half, so that's quite large. Are these kind of fixed effects correlated across outcomes? So at least until relatively recently, a kind of large presupposition has been that officers who get a lot of misconduct are actually just really active and they just get things done. And that's why. And this is the classic Xi 2009 model of misconduct as a byproduct of effort. I don't find any evidence that that's the case. There's like basically zero correlation between officer propensities to make stops, traffic stops, and index arrests, so serious arrests, and their propensity to get complaints for misconduct. What is correlated is their propensity to use force. And I actually find that if you want to predict settlements in the future, you don't actually just want their misconduct propensity, you actually want their use of force propensity, kind of separately from misconduct itself. Other things are also correlated with each other, but not nearly as much as you would think. Officers actually tend to be relatively specialists in types. It's not that there are just a bunch of lazy officers and a bunch of incredibly active ones. Officers seem to have relatively heterogeneous kind of preferences and discretionary activities that they enjoy or tend to engage in.
Can you measure quality of arrests? Can you link to the prosecutor data?
Yeah, so I actually have court data. When you basically I was once in love with arrest quality as court data, and I no longer believe in it for a lot of reasons we can talk about after. But basically, what I find is that almost all the variation that can be explained by in a variation propensity to get an arrest to be a prosecuted or a guilty verdict is based on what type of arrest you make. So I make more drug arrests versus more weapon arrests. That is going to be determining a ton of my fixed effect for getting guilty findings and guilty verdicts. And then when you add on characteristics into that, they basically explain zero additional variation. The one notable thing is that higher tenure officers, conditional on your propensity to make arrests in all of these categories, higher tenure officers slightly more likely by about 0.09 standard deviations to get off arrests to actually be found guilty. Okay. So slight increase, but it doesn't change much.
Even within the district attorney takes the case though.
So I have in court whether or not they get a D bond, whether or not they get found guilty, and all that. Most of whether or not it goes actually through felony review ends up just being the type of arrest you make.
So I'm just trying to get my head around about what the officer fixed effect is here.
The officer fixed effect?
No. I mean, obviously we know with works and firms, all the identification comes off workers, switching firms.
Yeah.
You know, pupils in schools, pupils moving.
Yeah.
Here, this is officers moving across their feet to a sign.
Yeah.
Which is a slightly different thing. So this is moving across tasks or
yes,
in some sense. So it isn't quite the same interpretation as we would be thinking about if we're thinking about using the AKM model for hiring workers and seeing when we're moving across, and that's the identification that we get. So what's the kind of connected set?
Oh, the connected set is very, very large.
Yes, they're moving along.
The leave out, actually, I do leave one, like leave, there's some articulation or something term, but the leave one out connected set is quite large, and then these are all.
We kind of use it to show that because that's, you know. Okay.
It's not, I mean, I could add more, I think.
But it is a different way of thinking about using
absolutely.
the AKM.
In the firm sense, it's actually kind of strange because it's not like what your job is.
It's not like a police department hiring a police officer, but what the exact translation would be. This is a very different way of thinking about it.
Yeah.
So that's why I was sort of paying what's the specifics defense here.
Yeah, it is kind of, if I took you and I made you a traffic officer versus if I put you in a school, you have some underlying propensity to perform various actions. I also do very similar things with the Poisson model and then do the jackknife corrections for that. And I get actually very similar correlations and very similar variation.
And if they get promoted during
there's no promotions. Like there are, but just don't. They're not frequent enough.
We have AKM match worker firm issues that.
Yeah. But those, promotions are so rare. Okay. I think I'm gonna skip this for time. The takeaway is that I have more demographic information that has been prior used and on all the outcomes. The most interesting thing here is that I find no relationship between education and officers' propensities for any sort of actions. I kind of thought they might be like very obviously better or less active. Once you control for all the traditional stuff we think that is interesting, no effect there. Also interesting, military officers use more force, make more stops, make more arrests, but don't get more complaints. So something's going on there. All right, on to crime effects. So unlike officer level outcomes, crime can't be assigned to an individual officer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to construct a district hour data set where I have the officers that are working in that district hour and I have the crimes that occur in that district hour. And I'm going to be connecting the two using kind of a team production setup. This is basically what kind of a team would look like, whereas you can see at hour 0 right here, these 4 officers are working on a team together. This officer is ending their shift, they drop out, it becomes these 3 officers. They continue on until this time, then it becomes these 2, and then we get the connections here. So you not only get variation in who's working on a given day due to the rotation calendar, but you also get it from people switching on and off during their shifts. Okay, effectively what I'm going to do is simply regress the crime rate on a bunch of incredibly detailed controls, low dimensional observations, and this big omega, which is the effect of the team of officers on crime. Estimating omega is hard. I have 10 to 100 officers working at any given time on the same team, thousands of officers total and finite data. So I'm going to pose an additive production function upon omega, and essentially working together as a team, everyone just averages their own causal effect on crime and that becomes the team's total effect. I also control for overall team size as well to make sure, obviously, the scaling works out. So basically, if you are a really productive officer, somebody who's really great at preventing crime, working with somebody who's really terrible at preventing crime, your effect just gets averaged out together. This is effectively the bottom teams model, but without size-specific scaling factors. And I do this over 3 periods of the data, as well as everything is, again, bias corrected. So, do officers actually explain variation in crime? For violent crime, not really. Only about 3% of the variation in violent crime within a district hour can be explained by the team of officers working together in that district hour. There's no effect on murder. It's all noise. This is all driven by robbery and a little bit of aggravated assault. But overall, violent crime is really not a function of the quality of the officers working, more so the quantity based on prior literature. Yeah.
With clarification, are these emergency calls? Are these 911 calls?
No, this is just reporting crime. I do have 911 calls as well, and there are basically team effects on 911 calls for specific types correlates with their effect on the crimes that you would expect. So I validate. I was worried that like, oh, they're just not reporting, or some officers just don't take the reports. No, so they actually have an effect based on 911 calls. Yeah.
So these are not failures,
no, this is just crimes that occur. It's a crime that's reported. Yeah.
One clarification. So you're basically taking the fixed effects from that AKM style model and building up these team composition things.
Not yet. I'm literally estimating your fixed effect on crime.
I see.
Yeah. This is the connection comes later. Yeah. Property crime is more explained by the team of officers that's working and the exact identities, but it's all driven by variation in theft. Index crime, but relatively low level. Much smaller effects on burglary and motor vehicle theft. Finally, and this is a sanity check, we expect them to have a big effect on drug crime because it's 100% drug arrests, and we know officers have a big effect on arrests. So they explained about 14% of the variation in drug arrest or drug crimes, which are again 100% drug arrests. A little bit of the variation in simple violent crime, very little weapons crime, and relatively little of other index crime. Would you rather have one additional officer? Or would you rather have improve one officer by a standard deviation? Overall, quantity seems to dominate. I use the Steve Mello's estimates from 2019 and kind of compute them into relative terms. And basically, quantity effects seem to dominate quality effects. However, if you can scale quantity or quality very easily, if there's some sort of training that improves every officer by a standard deviation, quality would significantly dominate quality. So for violent crime in particular, quantity is the way to go. Property crime is more even. Okay, which officers actually reduce crime? We want to know kind of what behavior of officers whose causal effects reduce crime. So I'm going to compute the team average of the officers' propensities, right, at the district hour. And so basically every officer becomes, you know, their average arrest fixed effect, their average stop fixed effect, et cetera. The fixed effects are now shrunken using empirical weight. And then just regress that on team composition plus controls. If you're worried about endogeneity, I'm going to instrument for the actual composition with the predicted composition based on the calendar, using that very crude approximation going out. The first stage is still incredibly strong because the calendar is incredibly strong.
Teams this beta Simon thing?
A district by hour. Yeah. Average size is 59 officers. For violent crime, as we expect, officer behaviors basically have no effect on violent crime. Who's working? I can't really detect any effect. This is using almost 2 million observations and a very strong instrument. The red, by the way, is 2 SLS or IB results in the greenish blue is the reduced form. For property crime, officers who make more stops reduce property crime. Standard deviation in the team's average reduces property crime by about 0.02 per 100 shift or 100 hours. No, sorry, 0.02 per hour. Officers who get more complaints increase property crime. Again, a sanity check. Officers who make more drug arrests increase drug crime. Good. And the effect is massive, right? This is a nice sanity check. And officers who use more force increase simple violent crime. Okay. Last thing, since stops are often what we think about in policing, it's one of the first initial contacts people make. Do stops reduce crime? The prior estimates which suggest that officers who tend to make stops have a negative effect on property crime. Is it the stops themselves? So as the endogenous variable, I'm just going to have the number of stops within a district hour that occur, and then I'm going to instrument for that using the predicted propensity of officers to make stops within that district out, right, from the team. Basically swapping out the endogenous variable for stops rather than the propensity to make stops. Again, no effect on violent crime. The blue is just only including stops as the endogenous variable. The red is including all other team propensities to use force, to make arrests, etc. For index property crime, one additional stop prevents 0.02 property crimes. So you need 100 stops to prevent 2 index property crimes. However, for every stop you also get about every 100 stops, you also get about 1.5 additional drug arrests. And you get additional simple violent crime. Now, this really concerned me initially because I was like, are officers increasing domestic violence through street stops? No. When you break it down, domestic has basically 0 effect. It's all from negative officer-related activities. So this is assault on a peace officer, fleeing from an officer, interfering with a lawful investigation, this sort of thing, as well as increasing kind of miscellaneous simple violent crime, which also might be a part of these negative officer reactions. Just to put some implied elasticities on these, I don't know of any other work that's like got the effect of a stop on crime. So I think this might be it. Let me know if I'm wrong. But basically, the elasticity of property crime with respect to stops is about negative 0.09. And with respect to officer-related negative interactions, it's about 0.05. So a pretty high elasticity there. Okay. To conclude, the differences across individual officers are quite large for performance, for enforcement, force, and misconduct. Notably, misconduct is not integral to performance. For crime, officer heterogeneity matters much more for property crime than for violent crime, and quantity appears to dominate quality in crime reduction unless we can easily scale quality, and the fact that I can't find much to predict quality suggests that right now we can't. Finally, stops and the officers that make more stops reduce property crime, but stops also generate more drug arrests, and they generate more violent incidents with civilians, which actually ends up netting and making the cost-like effectiveness basically 0. If we value a violent crime at around $20,000 and a property crime at the upper level around $10,000, it ends up basically netting each other out to 0. And that's not even including the potential for like a stop just somebody's time, as well as the potential for like a drug arrest to occur, depending on how we feel about the cost savings for drug arrests. The implication of this is actually relatively positive, which is that the crime costs that we might incur from training officers to be less aggressive and get less misconduct, use less force, might actually not result in any loss in their effectiveness as police officers in general. And I can't effectively reject a model of policing where officers are basically just dangerous scarecrows, where every officer is basically the same in terms of preventing crime, but some of them are more dangerous than others when they interact with civilians. Thank you.
Brian's discussing. 5 minutes. You got to share as well.
Gene share?
Oh no. Oh, stop. You don't want to share before. Oh no.
Okay, so this is a great paper, and I have exactly the opposite problem that Steve had earlier, which is this is not a draft, this is a 150-page academic paper, which means that there are 2 things about this paper. One is that almost everything you could think of that needs to be done in a robustness test has probably already been done. And it probably means that lots of what I'm going to say now, the answer is going to be, oh, it's on page 107 of the appendix. So forgive me if I kind of do that. So it's really interesting thinking about how officers impact are different in how they impact on crime. The data is phenomenally rich. You seem to know pretty much everything about every officer in Chicago for 10 years. I particularly like the fact that most of this was got by a freedom of information request. I can't imagine was what they meant when they introduced freedom of information legislation. And in the UK, they have this rule that says if it's too expensive to provide, they won't provide it to you. I imagine this costs Chicago police an absolute fortune to provide you, but there you go. So it's a mammoth data collection, really very impressive.
I mean, one of the key results, of course, that as in many other settings, individuals really matter. So, you know, I mean, you talk about the education literature, which I'm not massively familiar with, but, you know, I think all the evidence says that teachers really matter and that when you estimate individual teacher effect, you find this big effect. It's also true in the literature I'm probably more familiar with, which you kind of don't refer to, is all of that sort of stuff about personnel economics that Lazier and people do. You know, it really matters who you get to install your, your windscreen. And that kind of note. So it sort of fits with what we know about lots of other sectors.
And the managers.
I'll come back to the managers actually. So there's large heterogeneity across officers, and this heterogeneity is correlated with some but not all observables. You mentioned that education, it doesn't work, but it does work with lots of other things in ways that you may or may not expect. One thing that wasn't entirely clear to me in the paper was whether we can work out how much of the officer fixed effect is explained by the observables. I sense that very little of it is. In other words, I think there's lots of significant things, but they don't necessarily explain very much. And so that would be kind of interesting to make a bit clearer. And then this heterogeneity matters for crime when you measure it at the team level, particularly for property crime. And as you said, there's also this effect on violence because of their use of force. Okay. So the setup is fairly standard AKM type framework that estimates the officer effect controlling the assignment. As I say, very convincing setup, very standard, and the robustness test, there are literally thousands of robustness tests in the paper to show that things worked well. One question I had just on the setup is whether results are sensitive to this definition of this is the assignment, which we've talked about a bit already. And so first of all, I'm going to sound a bit of a Luddite here. It would be quite nice to know whether the officer fixed effect is massively correlated with just the raw observation for the officer. In other words, if you just worked out the average number of arrests that an officer does and ignore all of the assignments, all of the timing, all of that, and just correlate it with the theta, my guess is that it's going to be massively correlated. In other words, which is sort of helpful because, you know, AKM is a bit of a black box. It's kind of quite nice as a sense check to say, actually, if you just took the raw data and looked at whether officers are more or less likely to do arrests, it's the same thing. And my sense is it probably is. So it'd be quite nice. It's also quite useful because this is, you know, you have to define how narrow that is. And so if you could show that it's the theta, the officer effect, the thing you're interested in, is almost independent of this thing as to how you measure it, that would be quite helpful. And the reason I say that is that you could do it very, in your paper I describe this as pretty specific. You're using the district, or no, the unit, the time, or the day, the shift pattern, and some measure of the kind of the beat. The only problem I had with that, well, so I think that works fine. The problem I had was when I was thinking it, I don't know anything about Chicago, but in terms of London, it would really matter whether my beat was in my nice bit of Greenwich or just down the road in Deptford. They're very, very close together, but the crime is very different in those two areas. And I couldn't work out in your setup whether you would count those as similar beats. And they're not, at least in London, they're not. And there's probably bits of Chicago that are, you know, a block away is very different than a block in the other direction. And so kind of, there's a limit to how much you can do that because I think you probably run out of data of the ability to estimate any of this if you do it too detailed. So the question is, can you kind of play around with that? And as I say, if you could show this just not correlated, it doesn't really matter how you define that. That would sort of be quite nice. And then the final thing just on the setup is that one of the key things you find is that the covariance between theta and, I can't remember what that is that mu? Is very small. So and in the paper you sort of say that shows there's little sorting. So it looks like officers aren't sorting into particular assignments kind of thing. And that makes sense because a lot of it's predetermined. But one thing that kind of, I was thinking of it the other direction, is that managers don't seem to be doing much here. In that if we assume that managers know theta, or at least have some idea of what it is, if we're thinking of theta as officer quality in some sense, shouldn't they be allocating officers to certain assignments and certain beats? You'd sort of hope they would be, that's sort of management's job. Perhaps they're not, but you know, so I wondered kind of what's going on there. And then my big thing was, and I kind of can't work out whether I just didn't understand this data or not, because I couldn't work out what officers were doing in Chicago. And so this is from your table 1. So correct me if I'm wrong, but what this seems to be saying is that on average, an officer makes 1.6 index arrests for every 100 shifts they do. Yeah, is that right? Okay. That seems to me like really lazy policing. And I couldn't work out what was going on, because 100 shifts is what, half the year? Yeah, so for the average police officer, if you're working for half the year, you do 1 arrest, an index arrest, you do 10 other arrests, and you do 44 stops. In other words, there must be loads of shifts where zeros are happening. And indeed, you showed that in one of your examples. I kind of found that really odd for 2 reasons. First of all, because when you think about the comparison with, for example, the teacher stuff, when you do an AKM type of model, usually I think what you're estimating is value added of the pupil in some sense as the outcome variable, and you're working out where the teacher's impact the value added. In other words, you're sort of measuring some sense everything about the teacher. And when you're doing the sort of Mejia type of work, you're actually measuring directly the productivity of the worker in some sense. Here, your outcome variables must cover almost none of their activity in terms of time spent. So one way of thinking about this is, could you work out how much on average it takes in terms of time if you're doing an arrest, how much time it takes to do a stop, and then turn that into a question of how much of the time of a normal shift are your outcome variables actually staying? Because it felt to me as if it might turn out that you're actually accounting for about 5% of the officer's time. Then that leaves the puzzle as what's the other 95%? And what are they doing? And I recognise in the data you might not be able to see what they're doing. They're just driving around or eating pretzels or whatever it is. But it's a bit concerning because in some sense, either that's a useless waste of time, in which case the Chicago police should try and work out and to do something else, or there's value in what they're doing, but we don't know what it is. And do we think that officer heterogeneity will be correlated with the other stuff they're doing when they're not actually doing any of this? So that was kind of just a puzzle. It also then that matters, that productivity question, because I think the results tell me I should employ more white men who are less experienced. I think it depends whether you care about use of force or complaints. So if you care about that, you might not want to do that. But if you care about outcome variables, whereas if you ask the public, they probably say we want more arrests, we want more stops. It turns out that these regression results are all compared to white men, and everything's negative pretty much. And the really strong one, I haven't got it in this table, but the other one that's really strong is tenure. As you serve longer and longer in the Chicago police, you do far fewer arrests as time goes on. Now, as you say in the appendix, you show that some of that is offset by the fact that there's equality. So the longer serving officers, but I don't think it anywhere near offsets just the quality. So my question is that true in other literature? So is it true, for example, in teaching, that as you get more experience in teaching, you begin to reduce the value added of students? And yeah, it is. So that's quite depressing because it's sort of.
Well, it's the ones who don't get promoted. So
right, and of course, virtually no one's getting promoted here. So there is sort of a question as to whether the Chicago Police Department shouldn't just start sacking officers after 5 years on the job and churning them over, preferably with people from the army. That seems to be one of the implications of the sort of thing. But it made me wonder about whether, because we're not measuring productivity.
I think you want women from the army. What's on the left? You want women from the army. On the last couple of columns there.
And then my final thing is just to think about other things that kind of you could think about, which I think is interesting. So first of all, the focus is explicitly on police officers. I think that makes enormous sense given that you've got so much data. But what you're excluding is sergeants and lieutenants, or lieutenants, I guess, sergeants and lieutenants. And that, it seems to me, would be really interesting to explore that role of management. Because both in terms of their own heterogeneity, so does it matter whether your sergeant's any good or not for how you perform? Well, sorry, step back. First of all, is there heterogeneity? So are sergeants as variable in their ability? Now, I don't quite know how you measure the outcome variable for them. That might be a difficult. Well, I suppose you can measure it in the team level and think about that. And then, as I say, whether it matters for officer productivity. So we know from kind of work that people like Oriana and Imran have done that managers really matter for how workers themselves perform. And so whether that's true in this context, and you certainly have enough sergeants and lieutenants in the data to do something, I would have thought. But, and then the second thing is, I think someone kind of mentioned this earlier, is that your focus here is on the individual officers, and you sort of don't take account of who they're working with, except when you go to the very large team and you think about that. But I think it would be interesting to explore the impact of officer heterogeneity on other officers. So this example of if you work in a pair, does that, are there spillover effects from one officer to another, and and also interesting questions like, do observably better, well, does the officer quality match with the officer quality of the other person you work with and that kind of thing. So I think there's lots you could potentially do. You presumably know who is working with who in the data, so that'd be quite nice. And then the final thing I was thinking of was when you were looking at the team effects, quite a lot of the work is about, is it better to add one more person or one more, a better person, or could you just change the quality? And it reminded me a bit of a paper, 20 years ago or so, I always used to use in my teaching, by Hamilton et al. In JPE, where they looked at a garment factory, a completely different setup, but they looked at whether, and they were switching individual workers from individual piece rate to team piece rate, and they looked at what the impact on productivity was. And one of the things they find is that in that context, what you wanted in a team is a very diverse group of skills. And so actually where they got the best results in this factory experiment was where you had very skilled workers working with very unskilled workers, and the idea was that you could get, there was training opportunities within the team and there was bargaining going on within the team, this kind of thing. And I wondered whether you could look at whether I think in most of what you're doing, you're just trying to improve the average quality of the team. And I wondered whether if you could look at the diversity of quality in the team and whether that has any effect on that. So, I think that's it.
Okay, it's a lot of comments. For the officer fixed effects, actually observables do explain, I mean, not a ton, but like 10% of the overall variation, depending on the outcome. Remember, a lot of them are just noise, like complaints, very noisy. Managers, there is a specification in the appendix where I do include sergeants. They basically explain no additional variation. That's actually kind of consistent with this other paper that looks at lieutenants and like the different races of lieutenants, whereas like a black and a white officer is a 30% of the mean in terms of arrest difference. A black versus a white lieutenant is like a 3% mean. So like it's relatively small. Why don't we fire all the unproductive police officers? Because of the union, it's very strong. That's why they stay around. It's also the reason why younger officers would know where, no choice of where they work. There's, yeah, it's a thing. But other than that, yeah, thank you so much. Great comments. Yeah.
I have a question. So on the what are they doing table? Oh yeah, I think the big thing that's missing there are calls for service. Sure. Which, and I would be interested to see productivity outcomes with response times, time spent on call, number of calls answered, all that kind of stuff. Is that possible?
That's relatively related to like complaints for failure to provide service, from what I understand, and like I can share the results for them, but I don't think 911 calls are really like randomly assigned in Chicago. I don't know how.
I don't think they are. That's I believe it is a productivity.
Like yeah. I could add it, but the thing about like even most calls for service don't end in an arrest.
No, they don't.
Very rare.
No, they don't.
That's the thing is like you want everybody to be arrested, but like I don't know if like you crank.
One of them is actually consistent with what we have.
Exactly, no, and like the effective tenure is.
I think what they're spending their time on.
Yeah, just driving places and also hanging out. Yeah.
I think our West Midlands police, one a month.
Yeah. If you had a order of magnitude higher arrest rates, like it would be over. Like there would be nobody on that. There isn't enough crime to be arresting somebody at every day that you work. I don't think. Yeah. Not enough crime you can solve reasonably. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that would be like 3% of emergency calls as well.
Yeah, it's very rare.
Isn't Brian's thing about the raw data thing, just the R squared contribution of officer fixed?
Which one? Well, I think he was saying project to the.
No, when you just want a correlation with raw data, you get the R squared.
Yeah. Well, also plus sorting. So basically, the fact that there's actually negative sorting on every outcome means that if you want to predict who's like a really high complaint officer, you just take the number of complaints they do. Whereas the only one that doesn't work for is non-indexed arrest, where there is positive sorting, and you do need to separate out the two. So for every other outcome, just take the raw number. Non-indexed arrests, you need to figure out there is sorting. Yes.
So I guess a couple of things. One is complaints are not all created equal, but some of them are really expensive. It turns out just how many hits you get if you say Chicago PD lawsuits costs.
Yes.
But from November of 2022, Chicago taxpayers are on the hook for an average $94 million per year for legal judgments and settlements against the city. From August 2023, Chicago spent $200 million to resolve lawsuits alleging more than 1,000 Chicago police officers. You can attach dollar costs to particular costs.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the dollar weighted version of complaints.
So complaints, I do that. I have the settlement data and I look at what's predictive of settlements. This is very similar to resentment Shaw's box, but they never show an R squared on that. It's incredibly low. So an officer's fixed effect on complaints, basically like, yes, the 99th percentile of complaints are more likely to get a lawsuit against them the next year that results in a high settlement. But the explanatory value is almost zero because the top 1% of officers is still 100 officers. And
Right.
only a few of them that actually get it.
But if there's much out of correlation, the potential savings is high. And the other question is, I mean, there are a lot of these cops, you can go on this website, which, I don't know, maybe you were involved in. And you can actually, the Invisible Institute's website, right?
I made it.
That's what I thought. So, and they will show you, which cops are the 99% of the complaint distribution, the force distribution and such like that. I think looking at sort of looking at extrema.
Yeah.
Would be an excellent thing to do, right? Because I mean, AKM is all set up like most regression, it's all set up to look at the mean.
Yeah.
The tails here are super interesting. And I think it would be worthwhile to pay attention explicitly to those tails, right? Basically sort of a quantile version of AKM, something like that.
You can't bias correct it as easily, but the issue is that the tails are really large. But for example, Jason Van Dyke, who probably cost the city billions, right? For killing the Quan McDonald. He is in the top 85% of officers every year beforehand.
Yeah.
But the top 85% of officers is still 1,500 officers, right? So actually pinpointing these incredibly costly guys, you should just fire the top 10% of officers in terms of complaints, but you're going to be getting a ton of false positives, false negatives when you do that. And also considering recruitment issues, I'm not sure how good a job is. Hey, if you get in the top 10% of complaints, you will be fired immediately. I don't, like policy wise, I just don't know how that would actually.
So I guess what that suggests is that you put together a measure that takes into account the persistence from year to year, right?
Yeah.
So this is like teacher value added. You don't want to look at sort of year-to-year fluctuations, but you do want to come up with some sort of smooth that lets you get at the problem cases, the tail events for this persistence in particular, where you can actually make money by getting rid of these guys 1 year based on what forecast for what they would do the next year. But I think at some of the tails will be.
Yeah. Just like isolate the top, that people actually stick around.
One short question.
Yeah, my question, it's not a question how the welfare effect of this, you mentioned that you do a stop and search on 8 people, you find one person, you've got the probability of being sued by the other 7. And you go up, I think up with the comment before about entertainment districts. If you've got a problem with rapes, drug offences, you've got a problem with grievous bodily harm because you've got people excessive drinking, use of drugs. One way to measure it is with arrests, right? You can arrest everybody, you can move all the people returned to involved. But it doesn't get rid of the problem. What it does do is negative spillover on the healthcare system and into the courts. So the cost of the community goes up massively. So in our city, and I'm sure they do this in Chicago, they're very advanced, is if you put in chill out zones, the police officers almost become mentors to help people through the problems that they would bump into in this area. The effective measure is 0 arrests and the reduced cost on the healthcare system. Have they considered looking at that perspective instead of saying, okay, you've got to do 8 stop searches?
Tony, that might be the longest question we've had all the conference. That's for sure.
I'm not saying.
Come in, short answer.
The answer is I don't know. Yes. The actual answer, I don't know, but that is like, obviously that's like probably a policy that they'll.
Okay, any conversation with
Yeah.
paper can carry on.
Sure, yeah.
You can carry on after.
Thank you.
So now we're going to go to the final one, which is Stephen, who I think it may be a joint medal.
Because he's been, that's the whole of the.
No, I didn't. I wasn't at the jury.
I thought you were.
No, I just went to Jens Folder's talk.
Oh,
But I'd still like a medal.
It's either going to be Kevin, I think, or Magdalena, who must have been at most of the presentations, the junior and the. It may be Kevin.
Anna, no, because she did the big one, the junior one, so time-wise. Anna.
Oh, I know. Well, no, but she's left. She was too easy. He's scored more. Anyway, I was going to say it was Stephen, but it's not. And I was going to say, and he's waited all this time to give the last paper for conference. But it's not true anymore, so I'm not going to introduce him like that.
No medals for me. Okay. So thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone who stayed here until the end, the survivors. So without further ado, I guess we're all tired, so let me just jump right into it. So the context of this paper is the US. And when it comes to police killings in the US, existing institutions fail at the very first accounting step. So over the years 2013 to 19, which are going to be the years that we use in our data, official supplementary homicide report, records of police killings. So these, for those not familiar, are the records that police departments are going to be sending to the FBI, which are going to be made public. Only disclose about half of total police killings documented in open source registries. And I'll discuss these open source registries like mapping police violence a bit more later on. And so the backdrop of this paper, kind of going back to is the crime and justice, this is actually more of a justice paper than a crime one, is a question of legitimacy and accountability, and really asking which failures of monitoring mechanisms just allow this incredibly large and widespread opacity. And we're really gonna dial in on one particular concern, which are the laws that are embedded in death investigation systems. So overall, to give you an overview, 23 states include counties in which law enforcement is permitted to certify the cause of death under certain conditions. And a subset of these counties employ the sheriff as the de facto death investigator. So you can imagine, of course, with the context of the US, if there is an unwarranted, possibly police killing, and we know that the person who is in charge of classifying that death as whether it was by the police, not by the police, perhaps intentionally by the police, not intentionally by the police, is part of law enforcement, then you can see that there's some pretty important conflicts of interest that might arise. So let me already just show you a map to give you an idea of how these different law enforcement certification laws vary by state. So what you have is these states in white. In these states, there are no counties that allow law enforcement to certify the cause of death. The ones here in dark gray are the ones in which every county is allowed to certify the cause of death. Some of them is because they just have sort of permits and laws. Other ones is because de facto death investigator is the sheriff, for instance, in Nevada. Then in these gray states, the counties that have a sheriff coroner, or obviously the sheriff coroner can certify the cause of death. Other counties cannot. And then Arizona and New Mexico are kind of exceptions. If you are in a tribal territory, so Native American land, then the tribal police is allowed to certify the cause of death, but otherwise not. So there's also variation in those states. And one message sort of that I want to sort of bring across with this map is that you don't see the usual sort of red, blue, Democrat, Republican distinction. You know, you have Massachusetts here, which allows law enforcement to certify the cause of death, and then some other ones here that you would expect are predominantly Republican that don't. So jumping directly into our data here, our analysis uses a newly constructed data set that is for the years 2013 to 19. It's available on my website. We put in a lot of data. Actually, we put even more data than what we genuinely use. So, you know, if you're interested, there is plenty to do, plenty to work with that data set. So feel free to go and download it and have fun. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. For this particular project, what we did is really sort of include county-specific information on death investigation laws. So we took information from the CDC, we cross-checked it with censuses, we went through LinkedIn pages of these medical examiners, death investigators of every single county where there was some doubt. So we put together those indicators at the county level, and then our outcome of interest is going to be the difference between what we're going to call the true count of police killings from mapping police violence. So mapping police violence kind of came out of the past 15 years and sort of the issues that came out in the US of the past 15 years. And what it does is that it sources information from police killings, both from the SHR, but then also scrapes local newspapers and adds information on whether there was a police killing that was reported in local newspapers. In a very, very small minority of cases, it also sort of has people call in for a police killing, and then they'll verify the information, but those are really a tiny minority. So it's really mostly just, the additional difference is mostly just scraping of local newspapers. And then we're gonna calculate, we're gonna have our outcome, which is the difference between that and the official count of justifiable homicide as given by the supplementary homicide report. So police killings, justifiable homicide police killings are one of 30 categories in the supplementary homicide report. You can go as deep as you want, and you're not going to find a very clean definition of what constitutes a justifiable homicide and what falls outside of that range. So a justifiable homicide, there are some examples, we went into the description of this, and a justifiable homicide, someone goes to rob a bank, opens fire, the police comes, opens fire, the gangster, whatever, robber opens fire on the police shoot back, person dies, justifiable homicide. Excusable homicide, they give an example, which is, well, you're in a bar, someone pulls out a broken bottle on you, you shoot them, excusable homicide possibly. But we can see that there's just this range of sort of options, sort of between sort of those extremes, and sort of this very unclear definition of what constitutes a justifiable homicide. And this ultimately is going to be important for the result, because we think that it's something that is being exploited. So we're taking the difference between these two measures as our outcome. And let me just kind of give you a bit of a map. And this map shows you for every single county how many years there were underreported police killings. So the difference between these two variables. And there, again, two things that I kind of want to point out. One is that there's really quite a bit of spread. I mean, there are many counties that at least have 1 year where they're underreporting police killings. And again, it's not clear that there's this sort of, again, Republican Democrat distinction that we see so often in US maps. On the right is another variable that is going to be kind of quite important for our story, which is another one of the 30 crime categories in the SHR. And it's the category of circumstances undetermined homicide. So the 30 categories include stuff like killed by a babysitter, killed by a sniper, killed in a lover's triangle. I mean, it's fairly extensive. And this is basically the residual crime category. So it doesn't fall into anything else, it'll be thrown in this. And the only point here that I want to come across is that it's not that these are entirely different in terms of their spread of crimes. And this is sort of something to think about for later. Okay, so let me try to give a very short history of of death investigation systems. So all death investigation systems in the US up until the late 1800s were conducted by the coroner, which is kind of a relic from English common law. Nowadays, the coroners, of which about 50% of counties are coroner counties, the requirements are slightly different depending upon the state, but in most states, the minimum requirement is that you are 18 to 21, you have a high school degree, you do not have any felonies, and you have done a training course for 40 hours. And that allows you then to conduct autopsies and to certify causes of death and to testify in court. So there is a huge problem there. And we actually thought that that was going to be a very important part of our paper. It turns out that it wasn't, which was a bit of a surprising result. But this is just to say that sort of these were not medically trained people. Various people could and still can become a coroner in certain counties. Over the following century, so the 20th century, many states just kind of, depending upon their priorities, local priorities, just decided and recognized the need for more scientific autopsies. And some states shifted to then require independent medically trained death investigators. But during these transitions, they needed to account for certain specificities sometimes. So some states, for instance, might have had a subset of counties that were in tribal territories, and they want to grant more authority to the tribal territories. And to do that, they then allowed the police in tribal territories to certify the cause of death. Or in other situations, some of the counties might have had low capacity, so they would amalgamate or at least put in place laws that that meant that the law enforcement, in the cases when a coroner was not found or was not near, that they could certify the cause of death. And what we exploit is, first of all, that these shifts to more scientific autopsies were these movements were focused on more scientific autopsies rather than reducing unlawful actions by the police. And in a second step, if we think about sort of these capacity questions, the laws, even though they might have targeted, a handful of small counties, they had to be applied to all counties. And this is what we're going to be exploiting later on in our empirical approach. Another thing that's really important is that these shifting tides just came. If you kind of looked at the trend up until the sort of beginning of the 90s, you would have thought that every single state was going to transition out of these coroner systems, and suddenly in the 90s, it just stops. There's no very clear reason why it stops, but we just don't see any more transitions. Between 1996 and 2007, only 8 counties changed systems. As far as we saw in the past sort of 10, 15 years, there were at best a handful. And it takes a lot of effort to, for instance, in one case where there was just overt manipulation by one of the sheriffs in California. I mean, it took years and years of efforts to actually take them out. So there's a really strong persistence in which system existed 30 or 40 years ago and which one exists today. And so we at the end of the day, what this means is that we have this geographical patchwork of systems and laws that differ across state lines, but then also within states. And in our empirical approach, what we do is we compare the underreporting of police killings for adjacent counties with different systems, controlling for adjacent area fixed effects, and a range of economic and cultural covariates. So you can see here, for instance, this is California, right? So here we have some variation where these counties will be sheriff coroner counties, and then the ones around them will not. We have other comparisons here that are going to be along state lines. And here, when it comes, for instance, to tribal territories, so these are Navajo territories right here. And you see that, oh my gosh. So that's 2 states here, Nevada and New Mexico, that they're going to allow, law enforcement to certify the cause of death in these tribal territories. But this county is also Navajo territory. But then the state doesn't actually give such permissions. Yeah.
I just have a clarifying question. So when you say law enforcement certifying, that doesn't necessarily mean the agency that is involved in the killing, right? I mean, usually there's a distinction between county policing agency, local policing agency, right? It's not necessarily the same agency, right?
So
California, county sheriff's departments, but those are completely distinct from like local municipal.
Yes, yeah. So that could be no. So it's not necessarily that it's someone working in the same police department where the police killing happened. If that's absolutely. But sort of sheriff, police department. I mean, there is some similarity in terms of their let's say. You could still see some sort of that they would want to work together in some way, right? Not sort of work against each other. So this sample, I'm not going to show balancing tables, but they're balanced on population, urbanization, crime, income, racial, ethnic distribution, gender, political voting behavior. They're also visually, we can see that we have more of our empirical identification. So it is going to come from the left-hand side here, the west of the US. But actually on these observed characteristics, we have a fairly decent representation actually of the whole of the US, except for one variable which is Black people, which are underrepresented in our analysis sample. This might be something that's relevant when we get to the results. So let me just jump to the results, and this is a bit of a best of here. So something maybe I should mention. So to a certain extent, we use these differences in the permissibility for law enforcement to certify the cause of death to get variation. But what we are actually way more interested in, we are interested in point estimates in this paper. But we're also very interested in the patterns that are going to come out of it and the implications of those patterns that we'll discuss at the end. But in terms of the point estimates, this is a bit of a best of our main results in the first third of the paper. And let me just kind of make sure that sort of we're all on board. So this is going to be, for every single comment, is going to be a Poisson estimation with the MPV minus SHR police killings as the outcome. Our point estimate from the Poisson is going to be here. Our transformed exponential of this -1 is going to be this one. These are going to be your standard errors. These are going to be our p-values. So what this is basically saying is that these counties that allow law enforcement to certify the cause of death have 40% more underreported police killings. It is largely driven by share of coroner counties, although we still have positive effects for other law enforcement certifying counties as well. This is a particularly interesting qualifier of the result, we think. So in this particular estimation, we only look at killings that were with a firearm. And what we actually find is that there's a slightly higher result. So there's some really interesting work that essentially shows that in a new database called the MBDRS, which what it does is that it combines the SHR data with also the medical side data and NVSS, which is called from the a database called the NVSS, puts those two together, broadens also sort of the sort of sets a broader a net for what will qualify as a police killing. What they find is that almost every single police killing that's in the MPV can be found somewhere in the system. And equally, every single firearm killing that is registered in the MBDRS, 98% to 99% are actually found in the MPV. And this is really interesting to us because it really begs the question, why are they hiding these police killings if they actually are somewhere in the system? Our best explanation here is actually just that it's putting barriers to investigations by actually not classifying it as a police killing. This is sort of what's being said in some investigative journalists seem to suggest this as well. But this is kind of still really kind of an open question. Like, what's the use to do this? And the other thing that we see here is that this result is slightly higher, which could be a sign if you think that the non-firearm killings are basically just never classified as a police killing. You're basically going to get a bunch of zero comparisons, which is going to pull your estimate down, which explains why when we drop them, it might be higher. One thing I should have said, so coming back to this result, one question you might have is this, is this effect driven by more true police killings, more MPV actual killings, or just reduction in the amount of reported killings? And what we find is that a bit of both. We can split the data to kind of, it would have been nice to be able to show that actually sort of these types of laws actually over generations, so 30, 40 years, actually allow for also more permissive cultures of police killings. We can slice the data to kind of show that effect, but we shouldn't be slicing data, right? So it kind of seems to be both sides that are doing driving the effect.
Stephen, can I ask a quick question about the supplemental homicide report? So when is that reported? When is it updated? Like, what's the process of reporting that, I guess, and how? I'm just curious whether like a timing, I might be inclined to just dump something undetermined because it has to go through some investigatory process or.
That's a great question. Yeah, absolutely. I don't have a great answer for that right now, but I think it's a really good point. I'll look into that. Yeah. So these two, what this column looks at is what is the effect of these permissive law enforcement certification laws on overall homicides. And importantly, we see sort of no effect. There's nothing. So it's very hard to hide an actual killing, right? So if they're not appearing as police killings, they need to be showing up somewhere. And what's really important here is it's not just that there's no effect, it's a relatively tightly bound zero effect, right? It's not just that we have very large standard errors. So it's really that there's no difference between these counties in terms of total crime, between these counties that allow law enforcement certified the cause of death and the other. And the simple answer of where they're coming out is this circumstances undetermined homicide, which we see is increasing by about 35%. So in a sense, we could stop the story here, but we really wanted to push it further. And I think one of our big contributions of this paper is kind of pushing it further with a new framework. If we see these average effects, we know that average effects can be pulled by a handful of data points. In this particular case, a handful of counties. And for policy purposes, especially with a case like this, we want to know if this behavior of substitution, is this widespread or is this really isolated to a small set of specific counties? And there's no real great framework to be able to answer that question. So, we put together one ourselves, which we hope, actually, I think one of the advantages of this is that it's relatively simple and it has very clear policy prescriptions. So some people have sort of mentioned, oh, how does this relate to mediation analysis? This is very distinctly not mediation analysis, what I'm going to present to you. We think that it kind of has clear policy, it can answer clear policy questions. The framework falls within the larger framework of principal stratification for those that are familiar with it. Ivy Lake is a special case of Rubin's more general principal stratification framework. So some of the questions that we might be asking ourselves are these average effects on circumstances undetermined, driven by counties in which law enforcement agencies would only underreport police killings when facing lenient certification laws? Or do the counties which always underreport police killings but would shift to reclassifying them when facing lenient certification laws? I'm now about to do something that is entirely unethical, which is show you some math at this point in the conference. I had not thought about that until now, but hopefully it'll still work out. So let's build up the framework. It's a relatively, again, very simple framework that we're working with. We're going to have a treatment, right? In our case, do counties allow law enforcement certified the cause of death or not? 0, 1. Then we're going to have two outcomes: the police underreporting outcome, or two potential outcomes. The police underreporting outcome equal to 1 if there's underreporting, 0 if not, and the circumstances undetermined homicide outcome equal to 1 if you have declared circumstances or reported circumstances undetermined, 0 if not. With just these three variables, we can write out 16 joint probabilities representing the possible combination of potential outcomes. So let me just give you an example of one of these that is particularly interesting and kind of relates to this question, which is, let's say, what is the probability that when a county does not face lenient certification laws, would not hide a police killing? Oh, sorry, am I saying that right? Yes, would not hide a police killing. When they face permissive certification laws, they do hide a police killing. And at the same time, when they don't face lenient certification laws, they're not going to have circumstances undetermined homicide that are declared. When they do face lenient certification laws, then suddenly they're able to shift it to having circumstances undetermined homicide reported. So you can think about this as like a complier. Both of your outcomes are complying to these incentives to sort of use the permissive certification laws to your advantage. To sort of answer this question, counties which always underreport police killings, you would shift this to one, so you have underreporting whether or not there are lenient certification laws, but suddenly the lenient certification laws will make you shift from not using the circumstances undetermined category as a reclassification to using it to reclassify police killings.
Classism.
Yes.
It's symmetric. I mean, you're talking about underreporting all the time, like it's misclassification in terms of collecting data. I mean, what about the other way around?
The other way around?
So the overreporting.
Very, very few. There's very, very little.
So it's not symmetric. So this structure wouldn't be, the 4x4 wouldn't be symmetric.
What do you mean by symmetric here?
Well, you can have a probability at W1, sorry, W1 equals 0, W0 equals 1.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. These can be, these can be, that's the whole point. So we have 16 of them, this can be 0, 1, this can be 0, 1, this can be 0, 1, this can be 0, 1. Yeah, absolutely. So identification.
I mean, it could be, maybe it doesn't happen, but there could be incentives to add something to police thing.
I'm open to the idea. I can't think about
I'm
example off the top of my head.
Forget about what we should, it's just anything that's data collected.
So I don't think. I mean, I think in general that's a slightly different question than sort of what we're setting up here in this.
Like a misclassification.
Yeah, sure. But I'm not sure. So yeah, I think that's a more general question. I'm not sure it's sort of perhaps let me get to this, the end of sort of the presentation of the model, and then we can think about. I think that would be a far more complicated probabilities model, because then I would have to have 3 categories for each of these, or at least for this one. So underreport, overreport, do it right, and then I kind of will get even more probabilities here. So it might be that we can identify that. I haven't explored that one. So if we want to identify, so basically we're starting with 16 probabilities.
Sorry, I'm going to show you that. I feel very bad.
So identifying these results. So a lot of these assumptions are going to have some of the flavors of the Ivy Late assumptions, if you're familiar with them. So the first assumption is that the treatment is going to be randomized. So in our case, the law enforcement certification laws are going to be randomized. And then what you're used to is monotonicity assumptions from the monotonicity assumptions get away from the instrument to the treatment, or on the treatment, if you will. Here it's slightly different. So our monotonicity assumption is going to be on the outcome. So what it says is that having more permissive certification laws for law enforcement is always going to induce them to either not change their behavior, or if they do, they're going to move from not underreporting police killings to underreporting police killings, exploiting these lenient laws. Same thing for the circumstances undetermined. It's going to induce you to sort of exploit this reclassification to have some of these circumstances undetermined homicides that are reported. And then we have another final assumption, which is going to be a cross monotonicity restriction, which is again going to be a behavioral assumption. So what it says is that if we don't see you hypothetically in the different sort of parallel worlds going from, if we see you sort of not underreporting or not changing your underreporting behavior when facing the lenient certification laws, then we shouldn't see you exploiting the circumstances undetermined sort of pathway to reclassify deaths, some homicides into this circumstances undetermined homicide category. And here what we're saying is that if we observe that you're a county that would exploit the lenient certification laws to suddenly underreport police killings, then we would also observe you to reclassify them in circumstances undetermined. This assumption has a pretty clear interpretation, which is that we're assuming that the main way that they would reclassify deaths due to these more lenient certification laws is through the channel of this circumstances undetermined, right? The same way as the Ivy Late, your exclusion restriction is the one that you have to defend strongly. These are the ones that are absolutely the ones that should be questioned, we think, within this framework. These, I think, many times are going to be a lot easier to defend. We started with 16 probabilities. This is going to knock off 7 of them. So we have 9. This is going to knock off another 2, so we can identify 7 of those 16 probabilities. What is important to say is that we chose these 2 because we think that they're very appropriate for our particular context, but there are other 2 assumptions, sort of other probabilities that you can knock off to obtain identification. We do think that they should be case specific when thinking about them. The other thing that's nice is that if you go, we just really don't believe this, we show that you can still get bounds simply with these 2 assumptions on the probabilities of interest. I'm probably running out of time, so let me sort of show this and then wrap up. So what does this mean in practice? What kind of insights can we get from this? So this is kind of just showing in a different way we've previously already shown, which is that counties in which law enforcement is allowed to certify the cause of death have a higher probability of underreporting police killings. But then you may ask sort of how many of those are using the reclassifying into circumstances undetermined strategy? And the answer is almost all of them, right? So this divided by that is going to be the probability of CW conditional on CY, which is going to be very, very high in this particular case. So it seems like this is really a widespread behavior. We don't see much in terms of the other strategy of just changing. And you might say, oh, well, is this, is this sort of just a feature of if we applied it on any other of the 30 homicide categories, would we come up with the same thing? And the answer is no. This is really seemingly this outlier category that's being used. We also see on other non-specified, other manslaughter, that there seem to possibly be some effects. We also did some empirical specifications where we lumped all 3 of these together, and these results virtually change none. So they're almost exactly the same. So yeah. So let me, I probably have about 3 minutes now. So let me give a very, very quick overview of kind of the last third of the paper, let's say. So what we find is that the effects are mainly driven by white people homicides. The absence of effect on Black people was, we expected effects on Black people. They're not there. It might be because there is this relatively low representation of them in the analysis sample. Some other hypotheses that have been put forward were actually that police are sort of most likely to be sued, perhaps by white people, so they have the highest incentive to actually exploit these different laws in the cases of white people. It's not really clear. Another thing that we find, and this is kind of just departing from causal comparisons, this is just a correlation on the borders. What we find is that along the US-Mexico border, there seem to be more underreporting of Hispanic people. And if you think about theories of immigrants that just have less power, less standing to be able to confront a misreporting or an unreporting or a non-reporting of a police killing, then this is consistent with that theory. We also find some effects on some important effects on reporting data at all, whether particular law enforcement agencies, so no longer the county, but particular, so looking at the fractions of law enforcement agencies that actually report data to the FBI and the SHR, we find that these permissive certification laws actually reduce the reporting of crime data. And we find actually that this effect is mostly driven by non-sheriff quarter counties. And this is sort of consistent with the argument that the sheriff has just a lot more ability to actually reclassify a police killing somewhere else, whereas non-sheriff quarter counties might have less ability to do that. And so they're gonna be more likely to just not report the data in order to hide the details, especially the NBIR and NIBR, is details about the circumstances of killing are more likely to, am I gonna see a 0? I'm gonna see a 0. All right, so one thing that we expected was that there were gonna be differences in effects depending upon whether it was a coroner system, medical examiner system. We didn't find anything there. Position, non-position, nothing. Appointed versus elected, high school degree versus not. we didn't find any differences based on that. A lot of other stuff on monitoring effects, body-worn cameras, gun laws, permissive gun laws, et cetera, et cetera. So to conclude, as I said, beyond the point estimates, we think here, the mechanisms we think that we reveal are applied to a far wider problem that exists in the US. So surveys show that about 20% of forensic pathologists were pressured by the counties to change their findings. Approximately 10% were asked to sign death certificates or autopsy reports inconsistent with the findings of autopsies. So we think that sort of using sort of these comparisons that were revealing something that really should be addressed in a far greater way. Some of the conclusions are obviously more independence for death investigators, changing law enforcement certifying laws. I think it's fair to say that sort of sheriffs should not be in the position to certify death certificates. And more generally, this is from a micro behavioral perspective, this is also a very difficult problem because death investigators do have to interact with police officers in order to file their reports and to find out what happens and to do an autopsy correctly. So we can't separate these two completely. And so it's really sort of difficult question to know how to have these interactions in an optimal way between these two factions that might have very different incentives in how to report a death. Thank you so much.
I won't be showing you any map, no worries. All right, thank you very much, and to the authors, it's a really interesting paper. Thanks a lot for sharing it with me. So I did want to just say kind of big picture before, I'm sorry, I'm just jumping right in given that I'm at the end, but it really is a very thoughtful paper, really well written, top to bottom, very well polished. So the comments that I'll be making are, a little bit higher level, but what I did want to say just out of the gate, it is really an interesting, clever way of trying to look at police accountability and corruption more broadly. I think on two dimensions, right? So their treatment, I'm an American, I don't know if you could tell from the accent, but I had never heard of these investigation laws, right, that police are involved in certifying. I think it's quite an interesting law that clearly has a lot of policy relevance. And I also think the outcome is a really nice one. If you're trying to think of the difference between, the true and reported dimension here, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit why I think it's a very, very clever way of going about it. But the effect sizes are really large. I know he kind of went over that table quite quickly, so I'm just going to highlight what I think are the two most important kind of empirical results that come out of it. Because they're really interesting for both policymakers and important clearly, but also for researchers, right? So we use these crime statistics. So if you think underreporting is such a massive issue, it might be thinking about how we look at data in a more critical way. So first, so you saw this figure earlier, so they're going to be looking at areas that law enforcement can certify the cause of death relative to adjacent counties. And so they're finding that 40% more underreporting is happening in those circumstances, right? Initially you might be thinking, is this happening because of changes in the number of homicides or police killings more broadly? And they don't find that. And if anything, right, they find this kind of nefarious strategic reclassification, right? So they're finding that more deaths are being, using the same kind of strategy, more deaths are being classified as circumstances undetermined. So these are kind of the two things. And so this is going to be the outline of the comments today. So let's just jump right into it. So you saw at the end that the race results, I think, are quite interesting. These are two sides to the same coin in my eyes. So there really is quite a bit of discussion at the beginning of the paper talking about BLM. I think it kind of anchors the reader quite a bit into thinking that you might find something on the race dimension and specifically for Black homicides. I think either you want to discuss this a lot more or get not just the fact that Blacks are underrepresented in the counties, right? So it feels like there might be something else going on here. And I feel that you kind of just leave the reader somewhat empty into thinking about what may happen. Similarly, in the fact, as I said, it's two sides of the same coin, you are finding that this effect is driven by white homicides, and it's just puzzling, right? So I know you kind of here, you gave a potential interpretation that maybe they're afraid of kind of pushback or lawsuits along this line.
But by not discussing it very much in the paper, and maybe in the newer draft, you have a little bit more, but it leaves the reader just thinking of potentially many different things that could be happening here. So yeah, I'd say this is kind of the one area where I would have loved to see a lot more discussion. Oh, sorry, that was for me. The next is, I think it's fascinating that there are this kind of two systems of coroners and medical examiners. And you kind of discussed the fact that coroners generally don't have a lot of training, but medical examiners are doctors. But at the same time, coroners are also elected, if I'm not mistaken. That's true, right? So if you're thinking about, them being held accountable, I don't know, are there new results on comparing appointed? You said appointed and elected, but I don't remember seeing that in the.
Yeah, a bit of a discussion, but not the results.
Okay, cool. So then maybe this is still useful then. So the idea is why do I bring up the fact that they're elected? Because maybe they could be punished in the polls or something along these lines. So the fact that the results are a little bit stronger for them kind of suggests that what might be happening. So these are just kind of some ideas that I thought might be able to use this election fact a little bit more. So are they changing their behavior more in an election year, competitive versus not? I think it would just help understand what might be happening and why coroners would have the stronger results. This is kind of, I won't say a left field suggestion, but the fact that it's shocking that they only have a high school degree and that they could be very young. So could an alternative explanation for your findings be that they just have less skill or knowledge? Be something to think about. I think, fitting with, I kind of went over at the beginning somewhat fast, but this is such a massive deal. The effect sizes are so large, and this is really a concerning thing. It's somewhat surprising that maybe there's not a ton of media coverage, or is there? Do you have any measures, even anecdotally, what might be happening? You can imagine a scenario where a lot of citizen inquiry is happening, is less evidence being collected. I'd love to know what could be happening on this dimension, because it does seem like such a large effect that even if you're just an individual who has a loved one that was killed by police, is anything happening on that front in terms of political campaigns? I know you talked a little bit about BLM, but thinking about maybe how does this interact with progressive prosecutors? I was thinking this is all just kind of the idea. This seems like a massive issue, and it's surprising to see that there's not more coverage, or if there is that changing any of these laws over time? I think this is kind of the last major comment would be, from your conclusion, I think it's really nice for you to talk about the fact that the US is somewhat of an outlier. But then when you're comparing these other countries, why might they not be having the same issue? Is there some sort of thing on the ground? I think these tie together with policy implications, which there isn't really much discussion, at least in the version that I thought of. But these kind of really do play together. So what are other countries doing that might be mitigating this? And I think that would be kind of the first comment there. And then on the second one, I really do think that you can sell this more. It is at the moment, the paper reads like this is a police specific thing, but this type of misreporting might be happening in a lot of other areas where there's some discretion and impunity. So I think you can even bring the pitch there a little bit larger, especially that you're bringing in this estimation framework. So I think that, don't be shy to sell it more. I know it's under revision, and I feels like I've gone kind of quickly over these and have been kind of hammering home a few things, but it really is an exceptional paper as is. And I'm glad to hear that it's already under revision. It should have been. That would have been my main point at the end of it. The rest are just kind of minor comments, but I'll talk to you about this at the end. But that was it. So really great stuff.
Thanks so much. On the race question, I completely agree with you. I think that we've been very, very hands-off on going deeply into that one, because we feel, well, one, we feel it would be a very contentious issue. So part of us, is it all right to say it's fear that has prevented us from sort of elaborating on the many possibilities that might come out? Maybe space in the paper, but I agree that this is something that we should consider whether we should elaborate on it. The problem is that we can throw out a lot of theories, but we just don't know. But you're right that we haven't been very rich in discussing. We haven't given a rich discussion of the theories. I completely agree, and there's work that can be done there. The appointed versus elected, yeah, we look at appointed versus elected. Kind of, it's interesting. So the results seem to show nothing. So appointed versus elected counties don't seem to show any difference in the underreporting of police killings. You can also think about these counteracting forces, right? So on the one hand, someone that wants to get elected needs to have the support from the community, right, who are gonna vote for them, and that might mean that you want to not have underreporting of police killings, but at the same time, you need the political support of the people that are above you, and they might want more underreporting, and so it's actually not clear sort of which direction this is gonna go. So we sort of left it as an empirical question, and empirically, it seems like maybe those counteracting forces aren't leading to a zero, but a zero is what we find ultimately. But it's an important point. The coroner versus medical examiner. So we actually have a decent balance of, actually not just decent, very good balance of coroners and medical examiners in both the counties that are in the treated and the control group. So the effect that we're finding is not particular to coroner counties. It's also very much applies to medical examiner counties. I have a small anecdotal story that might be at this point the only thing you'll remember from this talk, so I'll say it. So at the way beginning of this project, I was looking at sort of, you know, these laws, and I was kind of thinking about the police killings issues, and I actually have a friend of the family who's a medical examiner in a very big city in the US. And I emailed her and I said, hey, listen, could I talk to you about sort of what's happening here? It seems to me that there's some very misaligned incentives and possibly involvement with police into these, you know, death investigations. And I just like talk about it. And she sent me a 3-line email. She said, I hesitated on answering you. I really, really love my job and I want to keep it. And you really, really have to write this paper. So if ever I needed sort of someone to confirm sort of that it was worth working on, it was given to me there. And that kind of brings me to sort of the last point of the media coverage. There is media coverage. And it seems like it's just being ignored. Like there's some really good investigative journalist pieces that are kind of calling out and saying, this needs to change. And they're basically coming out every 5 years. And there's nothing that's changing. And we really hope this is kind of going to do something sort of like help out in that same direction, because yeah, we think that it is something that should be addressed.
That's shocking to hear that there's new media coverage that has, yeah, but I mean, I would even include that in there because it's not even something, yeah, but.
And surprisingly, a really, really big and long piece of literally 2 weeks before we put out the working paper, there was this huge piece that came out that was specifically saying, yeah, not only are law enforcement's underreporting police killings, but they're reclassifying them in these circumstances undetermined homicides. And sort of up until then, we were just observing sort of a statistical phenomenon that we were making a theory over. And there it seemed to be that actually these investigative journalists were seeing the same thing from the inside, which was both comforting and yeah, just generally good to know that we're sort of talking about the same patterns at this point.
And terrifying.
And terrifying and very, very sad as well, right? So yeah, so thank you so much for the comments.
Okay, good. We've got one or two questions, and then we're gonna, you can pick. Got the question.
Sure. I'll make it quick, but I'm just curious, I'm just thinking through this, like, are police good at making these classifications, or, you know, maybe less trained and quicker to, you know, misclassify, but I'm curious if there would be any, or if you've considered looking at things like suicide classifications or drug overdose classifications, and if there were any differences across these contiguous borders and those types of.
Yeah, it's super dope.
Compared to maybe CDC data, or I don't know what the.
We really wanted suicide data. I put some money on the fact that there's suicide. We would see some results in suicide as well. Unfortunately, you need a US-based author to get micro-level suicide data. So
there's going to be two more, and then we're going to.
I think that gun violence death certification, this is a whole underreporting thing in the US, not just police by itself. So I do wonder whether this plays into it. I guess the other question is, what do you see as the incentive for, if this is law enforcement agencies strategically miscounting these things, what is the incentive? Is there legal ramifications for it?
I think it's basically preventing, coming back to sort of the costs of getting sued. I think that's the main pressure that's being. Sorry, yeah.
For like the confusion about the race results, you're in the area where there really is not very much diversity, black versus white. And I was just gonna say, like, it seems like what you're looking at with this delay effect is like kind of drive-through country, where You find that a lot of the people that are killed are not, I don't know if you can see this, but not locals, they're people like driving through, they get stopped by a state patrol or some sort of trooper, killed in some sort of situation, and they're actually not from the county themselves. In which case there'd be no local incentive to,
I think we could, I mean, I think we could, so we could possibly get that information in the MPV data, just knowing the place of birth and the place of death. We can't get that kind of information from the SHR reports. But the question ultimately for the results is, would that be different depending upon the treatment, right? And I think there's sort of doesn't seem to be some clear reason why.
Well, this is just extension, this is.
Yeah.
This is like, I think you should take this data and apply it to all the papers that have been written using police killing data and be like, well, you just measure it. So now what happens if you do it with it right now?
Yeah, last question.
Okay, once the cause of death is kind of certified early, can it change at some point?
I guess that kind of goes back to Kevin's question, and yeah, I think this is something that we really need to figure out. So I mean, we kind of like the advantage here is sort of that we pull the data sort of, several years after the actual data, the data was created. With that being said, sort of if there were one particular case that took, that there was a trial for 4 or 5 years, and then sort of they would go back and change. My expectation is that would not be too many of the. So certainly, if I use as a proxy how many officers are held accountable and convicted for a police killing, and I use that as a proxy sort of for how many cases retrospectively would have been changed, then you're looking at about 1%.
I'm thinking of something different, but I think we're quite short in time. So.
No, but I think sort of or I guess we definitely should be looking more. We'll look more into that. My assumption is that sort of we pull the data kind of 2 years or 3 years out. My hope would be that any sort of small, short-term sort of classification, temporary classification would have been reclassified during that time.
We're just also thinking about Roland's point, like whether at some point you can detect within, let's say, these uncertified causes, which ones were misaligned, and if you can see within those, if you could actually predict which were the ones that had.
Oh, just in general, just the general pattern.
Yeah, and see, let's say, if within the ones that have unjustified or undetermined causes, you could somehow predict the ones that at some point were not as police killings. This could have impacts in other jurisdictions or something like that. But it might be too far.
I think it would be a different paper, but I think it would be a very interesting paper. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think it might.
Yeah. No, yeah. The data's available.
Okay, good. So I think we've got to wrap it up there. So excellent.
Thank you so much.
Before everybody runs up, a few things. So remember, Jeff said that next year's conference,
Chicago, May 8th and 9th. Be there.
will be square. So I think the plan is. I think the conference has been great. The whole crime week has been great. Some people have been extremely high attenders at everything, and I hope everybody's enjoyed it. I think it's been really good. We can carry on any discussion. I think we're going to go to a pub with 7 stars around the corner, which is one of these pubs that always gets in the top 10 pubs in London kind of guides and stuff. It's nice. So if any of you haven't been there. And then last but not least, I think we need to thank Martin, who's here. For his amazing work that he's done this week. And I think at the very least you deserve a beer or 2. Yeah. So brilliant, thanks everybody. And so I guess we'll just it really is literally 30 yards away from round the back. I guess what should we do? Meet downstairs or Tom, what's the plan? Tom. In fact, Martin, what's the plan? Should people just meet him a lobby? Should people just meet him a lobby? To go to the 7 stars. Yeah, we'll leave from the lobby in 10 minutes' time downstairs. It's very, very close. Anyway, thank you.